check, 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 1, 2, check, 1, 2, check, 1, 2, check, 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 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Waiting for text to come there. Okay, so hopefully I can just ask you this then. Is the sound any better now using this headset? Because obviously I don't know what it sounded like yesterday, so I don't know if it sounds any better today or if it's picking it up off the phone again. Okay. Alright, let me see what I can do. It's meant to be. Dum, bum. Okay. Alright, let me see what I can do. Fuss.
sure I didn't miss anything.
Mic check, 1, 2. Phones check. Phones check. Here.
Is it Pacific? Okay, let's see what transpires today here at the 2026 King of the Hammers. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Gearshift Garage sponsored live stream here, brought to you part of King of the Hammers right in downtown VP Drive, I think called, at the Savage Racing Team headquarters. And I've just, sorry, I have to keep looking forward just to check the text this morning, just to make sure that everything is working as it should be. There's a delay in the screen that I'm looking at in front of me, which is just me looking at me, really, which is a bit weird this morning. Anyway, welcome everyone, boys and girls from around the world. Yes, it's that time again. And the 4400 car that was sitting here yesterday, most of the day, has left its garage and it's down there lining up to take the start of the 2026 Race of Kings here in Johnson Valley, California. The car's team has been on the desert for about 2 weeks now. They've battled all sorts of issues with the car, but it's finally got everything squared away about 2 days ago, and they're in the line. Bruno Pinillos, who is the brother of Sergio, who was racing yesterday, we covered, and his race was cut short by unfortunately some pretty serious ECU problems, and he's gone. He's in one of the remote pits now. Going to help pit for Zach. So it was a disappointing day yesterday for the Jeep team, but today's a whole new ball game in the Race of Kings. Zach Savage been on this, like I say, he's been on the desert for about 2 weeks here. The garage really just looks like a bomb's hit it this morning. You can see where everybody's been running around. People keep running back from main pit. Main pit is about 200 yards to my left, and there's obviously a lot of action out here today, a lot of noise, a lot of people. We came in early this morning, and it was first time this week that we've noticed that there was a bit of a line-up trying to get in the gate, but they've changed all the gates and the entries and everything seems to work a lot smoother than it has done in previous years for getting in to see King of the Hammers. If you're on the lake bed, don't forget to stop by the Warm Winch booth. There should be some Gearshift swag there that the Warm guys will give you as you ask them for it. So if you're here, please go by there and grab some. So anyway, this link and this live feed is brought to you by Gearshift Garage and Warm Winches, and of course Factor55. Gearshift Garage, where passion meets the pavement, or in this case, where passion meets the dirt, or sand, or mud. From Ferraris to Rolls-Royce rally cars to race cars, for all motorheads, Gearshift brings you this live stream extravaganza. Real-time GPS tracking app for racers, which has proven more than a good thing, with live stream capabilities. Gearshift making it happen around the world. Find out how incredibly affordable it is to get your team live. Gearshiftgarage.us. Gearshift Garage is more than a channel, It's a community, and by gosh, it is a very technical community as well, might I add. Some great guys there that are producing this live feed this morning. We're a little early. I think we were meant to go live until 8:30, so we'll just we'll just run with it. The car is good, ready, prepped, fueled. There's fuel at remote pit for it, and a whole team out there, and there's a whole team here in main pit. Their pit is like sandwiched in between the Nitto trailer out there. So if you're watching, you'll see that they have great big pit mats with warm winch and a Factor55 on them. And Zach's car obviously has got a Jeep front. The car isn't really a Jeep. I asked him earlier in the week what it was actually, and he said it was a frame that he built or bought. He bought a frame and then he cut the front of it off and then he cut the back of it off. So I suppose he just brought the middle of a car and then he built everything off of that centre section. It's got the OLS engine in it that's been giving him some issues this week. Finally decided to behave itself, thanks to the guys down there at Elbrock and a few other people that came into play. Evidently, it's got NASCAR plug wires now. That was some of the issue. The exhaust headers were melting the plug wires, so that wasn't a very good situation to be in. But he got it took care of, which was the main thing. And they came in. They were FedExed into the Warren Airbnb the other night. We went up and picked them up, and that helped cure it. He's also got all new injectors in the car. What else did we change? Changed all the spark plugs. We had to call our buddy Keith back in Arkansas to get the gapping specs on them. So I mean, it's amazing. You bring a car to the desert, and you just use all your resources. Absolutely. I mean, he's on the phone with Keith for 30 minutes trying to figure all that out. Got all that figured out, and the car, like I say, it went away yesterday afternoon and learned how did sorry, got more text coming in that I have to pay attention to. So it's been a good thing. He's got his fuel sorted out, his ignition sorted out. Bruno, his co-driver, was down here for a whole day working on the car. He had to take the whole exhaust manifolds off just to change the spark plugs. I mean, it was a whole ordeal. But I saw Zach actually had a smile on his face last night, and he's looking forward to this race today, like everybody is. And they've started, and they are racing out there in Johnson Valley this morning, and we'll hopefully see some pictures of out the front of the car here as he gets close up to the line, and we can watch him go off, I hope. So Zach Savage then, he's based in Greenville, South Carolina, but we're not going to hold that against him. His wife's out here supporting his racing efforts. Zach, obviously, he owns a high-end custom cabinetry business. They specialize in cabinets for residential and commercial spaces. There's a whole skilled team of craftsmen dedicated to bringing your dream cabinets to life. He uses the highest quality materials, and they pay attention to the smallest details. And I guarantee he pays attention to the smallest details. He's a very detail-orientated kind of guy. So if you're looking for some cabinets for your home or business, give him a holler. It's at Zach Savage Cabinetry Company.com. There. How about that for a plug? First off this morning. First one to go. So let me just check my ever-changing texts. I'm getting stuff from Trevin there at Gear Shift Garage. He's been working hard all week, and getting us sorted out. But hopefully it now have our sound a little bit better than it was yesterday. Haven't had any complaints from my daughter yet out there back in Arkansas. So Zach's car, let's run through some of the things that we have on Zach's machine this morning on the 4400 car. Obviously, yes, Mickey Thompson tyres. Yes, the world famous Mickey Thompson tyre brand, a tyre for every vehicle. Since 1963, Mickey Thompson tyres, born of the tracks. The company takes Mickey's legacy very seriously and continue to build record-breaking products. So that's what's on each corner of Zach's car, and there's a whole bunch of them in the different pits. They're all Mickey Thompson tyres. He's been racing them for a while now, and of course he's spun them on some Raceline wheels. I don't think he's ever had an issue with a wheel since he's been using the Racelines. Raceline, leaders in wheel technology, lightweight, high-strength wheels that can stand the punishment of the world's toughest off-road race. And you can find them at raceline.com. Their website is pretty cool, actually. I went and looked at it when I was trying to find about these Raceline people, and they've got some sales going on there too, I noticed. But Al Brock, yes, they're not local to me, but kind of local maybe. They're just down in Mississippi in Olive Branch. They're a member of the Al Brock Group, which includes Comp, Cams, Fast, Russell Performance, and Lunatic Power. They've been representing 130 years of performance, and Zach's happy to have them as a partner here on the lake bed. We were at their booth yesterday during Tech and Contingency, and what a super nice bunch of guys they were too. And I got a t-shirt. I'm not wearing it, but I do have a t-shirt. I'm wearing my Savage Racing team this morning. It's got a whole list of sponsors on the back. They're pretty cool. Sally said this morning that we needn't have brought any clothes because we've got jackets and hoodies and t-shirts, and they're all super cool. All the ones that we have are absolutely wonderful, and I'll look forward to wearing them when I get back home again. Where were we? Oh, we were talking about the winners and their cars with Al Brock components. They race towards progress and race towards success. Check out their gear at lbrock.com. All right, turn the page. Let's keep going. We're running down his sponsors. American Iron Off-Road supplies the suspension and steering parts, more than capable of dealing with KOH. If you drive off-road, check out American Iron's off-road ball joint delete kits, especially if you're like me and drive a big Dodge truck. Your ball joints are renowned for giving you trouble. Made in America, Ultra 4 racers depend on American Iron Off-Road, and you can find them at AmericanIronOffroad.com, of course. Wouldn't be complete without the Yukon gear and axle. Built to perform, built to last. Yukon ring and pinion sets engineered for high torque and high demand. Yukon also have master overall kits and precise gear kits. With Yukon gear and axle, you can master any terrain with lockers and differentials. They also have steering parts and tools to get the job done right. And live tech support, you can chat with an expert with them. They've also got a pretty extensive website at yukongear.com. So that's his main sponsors. I think he nearly picked up a new sponsor yesterday, but I've been told not to talk about that, so I'm not going to talk about it. I'm going to put that one to bed. So anyway, here we are. We're waiting for him to get going. He's hopefully on that line down there, or getting close to it. Hopefully my producer this morning, Sally, will be able to tell me how far back he is in that line, and if he's anywhere close to getting to the front, and how long we have to wait, and things like that. If you're gonna be here, you've got to go to work, girl. Don't tell her I said that. Keep that quiet. I haven't recorded that bit. So Factor55, that's part of the Warn Winch Group. They were founded in 2012, and the original idea centered around improving traditional winch components, in particular replacing common winch hooks with a closed rigging solutions that reduce the risk of failure or accident or disengagement. Nobody wants disengagement under load. And one of the first noteworthy products was, of course, their ProLink, a billet aluminum closed link design to interface with a screw pin shackle instead of a hook. This innovation helped start the trend towards what the company calls closed cell winching TM. It's where all the connection points are like closed, so there's no open hooks that can fly out, and yeah, their stuff's pretty top notch. But they're part of the Warn Group now. They were bought by Warn in March 2020, and Warn Industries, a long-established maker of winches and vehicle recovery gear, acquired them and brought that into the Warn brand. And there's some interesting stuff going on at Warn and Factor55. There's some stuff coming up that a lot of co-drivers should probably pay attention to as regards winching techniques and recovery systems. They've got, if you're on the lake bed, you need to go by the Warn booth. They have everything that Warn sells and everything that Factor55 sells. And unlike a lot of people, you can go into the Warn booth and say, have you got an Axon 55-27? And they'll go, you sure do. How many do you need? So that's the beauty of them. I know the Cyberside that's also shares the garage. He actually broke his winch, and the Warn people replaced that with no problem at all. So it's nice to have a company that's supporting the racers out here in that way. I mean, they're here, they're totally behind it. They've got some quite nice swag too. That's go prepared. Yeah, everybody here is trying to be prepared, but the lake bed throws some stuff at you that sometimes you can't really avoid. I think the lake bed and the Johnson Valley has got some funny juju going on, as that's what Zach says. In any case, he thinks it's an ancient Indian burial ground and it doesn't like him. But we'll see how today's race turns out to see if he's right or not. Everybody in this camp hopes he's not right. They spent a lot of time and effort on that car in the last 2 weeks, especially getting it tuned up. He had shock tuning a while ago, and he's hoping that it's all going good. And I'm just checking my texts again, and here we go. So, why would anybody send a picture of me in a text? Crazy. I know what I look like. Thanks. Still just sitting here, freezing cold this morning in Johnson Valley. Did have some coffee Sally got from the Can-Am people. It was free, and I know why it was free now. I think it's old engine oil that they still lukewarm out of one of them Can-Am cars. Yeah, that was not a nice experience. But I did get coffee before I left this morning, so it's not all too bad this morning. Let's see, there's a text there from Justin, who's the head guy down there at Warn. He's waiting to greet you. Him and his team over there at the Warn booth. It's directly opposite, funnily enough, from the Warn VIP tent. We're up here, well, up here or down here. I really don't know which way round it is. We're down here in Hammer, what they call Hammertown. If you've never been to King of the Hammers, it's kind of hard to explain what Hammertown is. It's massive, I suppose, is one description. the place is pretty amazing. They built this whole city, and it is a city, um, in the middle of the desert. Uh, I don't know how long it takes them. It takes them over a month, I think, more than a month. But it takes a whole year of planning, or over a year of planning. I'm sure they're already planning next year's King of the Hammers now, and what they're going to change and what they're going to do. It continues to go from strength to strength. The quality of the racing is absolutely amazing. If you've never, especially for those watching from foreign climes, if you've never thought of coming to King of the Hammers, or even if you have thought of coming to King of the Hammers, you need to do it. It's just an amazing experience. Sally and I first came, or Sally, I and Sarah first came during the COVID year, and it was amazing then. Oh, I've come down Boom Road and see Hammertown for the first time in your life is just an experience that I think everybody needs to experience. It's just amazing. And we've been coming every year ever since, which is not long by a lot of the standards. Some of the people that have been coming from everywhere in the world for a long time. There's people here from there's even people here from Wales. Can't believe it. Um, then they did brilliantly. I think they ended up third in their class in the UTV race. The first time race of Hammers. Um, the car was already over here, and they purchased it and basically flew in and been staying up at Dave Cole's place, working on the car for a couple of weeks, enter it into King of the Hammers, and come third in class. Pretty awesome deal for them guys. But we're still waiting for to get the 4400 car off the line here in downtown Hammertown on the short course. They go out on the short course before heading out across the desert this morning. It should be an interesting experience to be able to just sit at home or wherever you are at work. If you're at work, get back to work, stop watching this. But no, seriously, it's fantastic to be able to just sit there and watch the live feed come off the front of this car. We've also got cameras in main pit, and we also have cameras up there on in remote pit 2. It's a little bit further out across the desert. It's actually in a beautiful spot. If you like scenery, it's like a flat bit all surrounded. Anyway, stop rambling about the scenery. It is in a really good spot. So there you go. So that's where we're at so far. We're just waiting for the off, and evidently Zach is about to leave. Sorry, another text coming in. This one's back from someone back in Arkansas. I know everything. Yeah, we got a Keith back in Arkansas just reminded me to check the generator so you don't lose power, so we stay live. The joys of living in the desert. It'd be good if I even knew where the generator was. But there's somebody that might know where the generator is. We don't know. They should be there. But yeah, we might want to check that in a while. Thanks, Keith. And we're now trying to find the feed for out the front of Zach's vehicle. I don't know if he's streaming or he's stopped streaming. The trouble is that there's about 4 million people with Starlinks, and a couple of years ago getting a Starlink signal wasn't a problem, and now it's becoming an issue. We're trying to get him up and running, so hopefully we can send some video of him. Guys up in Montana just working that that situation out. Am I up to date on my texts? Let's have a look. Yeah, evidently we are. So I can't tell if that's actually a live or a frozen live feed. It's hard to tell. Looks like it's a frozen live feed. I've got very technical in the last 48 hours. That's for sure. It's difficult to keep everything juggling, but juggling what it takes to make this all work out. Technology is way ahead of what we can, well, what I understand in any case. Absolutely amazing. I mean, you couldn't. When I first moved to the United States back in 1993, a fax machine was the fastest way of communicating anything other than talk. And if you talk to somebody on the phone, besides costing you $10,000 a minute, it was had a delay. And now we complain about latency. I don't know what she ever did to upset anybody, but there he goes. There is the in-car. So they are off and running. Their in-car camera. Zach Savage there. And Bruno Pinillos in the passenger seat. Remember, for those over there in England land that Zach is driving, he is obviously screen right because the steering wheel's on the wrong side of the car in America, and Bruno there is actually screen left. They're rumbling. They're obviously off and going. So you can see how much physical movement there is in that car. How much stress there is on the driver. Trying to find his other camera. See what is going on with it. Still thinks it's lighting up. So that camera needs a reboot. Get you some of this. If you think your team should be out there, there we go. We are out and rolling in the desert. Look how, compared to yesterday, look how deep these ruts are getting now for this 4400 race. Beautiful blue skies. It's a little chilly out here this morning. It'll warm up a little bit later, but it's not going to get hot. Bruno and Zach pre-run this course quite a few times now, and this is what just blows my mind, is that you can just live stream from the middle of nowhere, a live stream of a car racing through Johnson Valley. As Zach promised he was going to take it easy. It looked like he's taking it very easy to me, but I'm not used to big boy cars. Still at the golf cart stage. Bit of a courteous stop, let that other car go through, and we're back underway again. Absolutely flying. It's an amazing feeling to be out there doing this, and being in this position and being able to watch the stuff stream straight to you from the car is just absolutely amazing. Gear Shift again, bringing you this. Gear Shift Garage. For live stream and tracking, if you want to get some of this in your team, doesn't matter where in the world you are, you can get it. And yesterday it kind of came into its own with their tracking. With some issues. And Gear Shift guys managed to provide evidence, shall we say, get things sorted out for the team that Gear Shift was supporting. So anyway, if you want to get you some, get in contact with them at gearshiftgarage.us. It's the place where you can get all the information you want. Gear Shift Garage, where passion meets the pavement, or in this case, the dirt and sand. So from Ferraris to Rolls-Royce, rally cars to race cars, for all motorheads, Gear Shift brings you this live stream extravaganza. Also sponsored by Warm Winches and a Factor55. Don't forget to go prepared. So Zach making his way out now. This is a long race, and it takes a lot to prepare for it. Come out here and running. The support of all your family, all your friends, everybody that's helping. Like I said yesterday, the Notice gang, 635 people from their team. Zach's team's not quite as big as that. And we've got some great guys helping, and they've got Joe up here. It's lead county pit boss, and it's got other guys that have jumped in to help him. Mark Elberg and his crew are all helping today. It's Zach, and that's what Hammers is like. A lot of people come together, and a lot of people help each other out, and that's most important. It's just some of the camaraderie of being at Hammers. Zach had a bit of an issue with the dust there. It's not dusty at all. Look, you can easily see where to go. Wow. That's some thick dust. In the mornings. How would you like these? When you're trying to run a race. There's very little wind in the valley this morning. Very little wind, and this dust will not dissipate very quickly. But we don't want too much wind, because too much wind is very bad. And but it's nice to have a little wind. That was sent to the bishop. Going into visibility back here. Some of that could be sand on the camera lens. Hopefully we get that wiped off. But so far, it looks like things are running fine. With Zach, we won't know till he gets to pit 2 really. I don't have any direct communication with him. I have communication via text. That sort of comes up, and that's my main source. Sitting in the garage on VP Drive on the Savage Racing Team garage, and it's a pretty good spot to be, really. I can see through the door, the pit entrance, that it's dusty out there. Yeah, have notes in their GPS and tracking systems. They'll have notes of any big G-outs and whoops and stuff like that. Some people still being called out at the UTV race on Thursday, where they got caught with a big washout. Somehow they missed pre-running. Bumbling across the desert. In the 4400. In the 4400. It's nice of him to give his race number the same number as the race number. It's not confusing at all. Land is watching, which is good. So anyway, tracking. Yes, you can follow the tracking. Tracking, good idea. Yes, you can follow the tracking. Follow the tracking. Good idea. You can actually track this car. You can follow the tracking. You can actually track this car. Is it actually roars around the desert? You can track a lot of cars actually. Track. You go to www.com. Trackracecars.com. www.trackracecars.com. If I had another phone, I could do that. If I had another phone, I could do that. And he's, but we'll see. And he's, they're at the desert. Sam's just come back. I don't know where they are. They're at the desert. Yeah, follow along. Follow along. Share this link. Yeah, follow along. Follow along. Share this link, and see the more people we can get watching this kind of stuff, the more people we can get watching this kind of stuff, the better it'll be for everybody. Information we'll be able to bring you. The more information we'll be able to bring you. We're not trying to replace the main live feed. We're following one expedition or two race cruises expedition here at King of the Hammers. Yourself from a minute or so ago on a TV screen in front of you. That's really weird. I don't think I'm going to get used to that, but there you go. So I'm going to see if I can borrow a telephone and track the car. Here in a while.
Hey, what first? What first?
This one.
Is the belt there? Yeah, but it's loose. It's loose for a reason.
Point instead of talk. So, excuse me, here we go. There's a lot of dust in this desert this morning. It's a good way to be choking around. Not sure where Zach's going right now, but we'll see. hopefully he's not run into any issues. We hope. There's thousands of people out here this morning. It's really amazing. I'm going to have to go check the generator here in a minute to make sure we don't lose. Make sure we don't lose feed. Looks like Bruno is out of the car. Hopefully it's nothing too serious. He's the hood's off. The hood doesn't hinge on that race car Zach. It's just got 4 buttons and you just pull it off. That's not something we could consider. We could live stream the motor. That'd be pretty cool. If we have an issue with something, what it is we don't know. Frantic stuff going on out there in the middle of the desert.
Are you ready? Oh, it's got a little bit of fuel. Just a bump. A little more.
Oh, really nice fit.
Okay.
But,
I like it.
it's a bit of an issue. Anyway, this live stream brought to you by Gear Shift Garage and Warm Winches and Factor55 recovery equipment. Remember, go prepared. And don't forget that other website I gave you just a little while ago, which was the you can track the cars. Definitely track this car and others at www.trackracecars.com. So www.trackracecars.com, where Gear Shift has got their tracking service, which is pretty amazing stuff. Well, while they've got the hood up, I'm going to take a short break because I can get to main pit from here in a few minutes and see if they've heard anything on the old radio. Alright, we'll be back. So we found out what the go find out what the issue was with Zach's car. He just dropped the belt off it, the ancillary belt thing that drives the alternator and the water pump and a bunch of other stuff. Lost the belt, so he is fixing that. The pit crew have one of the members of the pit crew have been in. He carries a spare belt on the car for that very reason, and eventuality happens. He's replacing it, and it's getting going again. So that's good news. I don't like it when the car stops. That's never good, but he'll get her done, and he's an expert at changing belts. The pit crew have been down here and just rustle up another belt. Like I say, it's a long race, and hopefully he can settle back down and get moving again, which is cool. So thanks to modern technology, we knew what's gone wrong and what had happened, and now we're all back here, settled back down again. Told that the lines for breakfast and the lines for coffee are longer than long, and so I'm going to continue to freeze for a little bit longer. Hopefully the sun will. It's a beautiful day, but it is very chilly, as it can get. It's the desert. It warms up in the afternoon at this time of year, and then it gets chills out overnight. Quite a long line of cars coming in this morning, and a long line going home last night. We left a little earlier yesterday, about 4 or 5 o'clock, and the sun was low, and it was hard to see again, but it's all good. These places, when you're out there, and your GPS is sometimes will just sit and spin. It's a hard job to know which way you're meant to be going sometimes. That's why sometimes you have a little pause in the situation and wait for the GPS to catch up before you set off again. There's PCPs out there that the car has to hit and register, so that race control can keep everybody, not that anybody would not want to run the full course, but it just keeps everybody honest, really, which is a good thing. So anyway, this live stream that you're enjoying here this morning is brought to you by Gearshift Garage, Warn Winches and Factor55. Yeah, don't forget you can watch the live tracking as well as this live feed at www.trackracecars.com. Yeah, that's what you need to do. So that way you can put the video with their actual position. Obviously the best thing to do is to come to King of the Hammers and see it in real life. Like I said before, once you've been once, you'll probably want to come back and see it again. There's loads of stuff going on, concerts and everything. The only thing that's not going on this year is fireworks. He's coming into Remote Pit 2. So we should have a camera in Remote Pit 2. Hopefully they remember to wipe that. I know they've got other things on their mind. Don't be some idiot sat in a tent telling them to wipe the lens on the camera. It's probably not the first thing on their mind. Speed limit in remote pit. Stop. Just run through. The guys out there have cast their eyes around the vehicle as he's driven by very slowly. It's not the sort of race where you get out for tea and biscuits and then say, "Oh, I think I'll go racing again." If you don't have to stop, you don't have to stop. Although a very wise man told me, when Sarah was racing, that you never pass a pit without stopping for fuel. I don't know. Who knows? That was a very wise man, though, that told me that. And I've always done by that. I've always filled up every opportunity, but I don't have, I think it's a 30-something gallon fuel cell on my car. And these cars can run for a lot longer than what mine can. We always get to be a little short of fuel no matter where we go out in the desert. We were pre-running one year. We even had to stop and buy somebody's gas out of their generator so we could get back to Hammertown. It's actually funny now. It wasn't so funny then, but that's what King of the Hammers brings you. It brings you lots of memories for sure, lots of experiences. You meet people from all around the world. And Zach Shaw is putting the hammer down now. Should start to get in. Well, in a while he'll start to get into some rocks. But right now everything seems to be okay. You see where, like I said earlier, these ruts in this course are really grinding themselves in now. So a lot of cars travelled this route. It's getting up into this bit of a sandy wash, fixing to start getting into some rocks now. Those huge Mickey Thompson tyres will come into their own. Those Raceline wheels will put up with a lot of punishment, hopefully. We travelled through here yesterday with the 4655 car before he got out on the airbase and had his issues with his ECM. They're just backing up, going for another line. There's no point in rushing this rock section. You have to pick yourself through it very carefully indeed. Everybody can go, they say everybody can go fast in the desert. And when it comes to the rocks, it's a great equalizer. You know, you have to build a car to go fast in the desert and to be able to climb like a goat when you get as far as these rock trails. And some of them are amazing. They're rocks the size of trucks in the canyons up through there. The famous like Jackhammer and Chocolate Thunder, and I mean, they're given those names for a reason. So, but there. This live stream then brought to you by Gear Shift Garage, Warn Winches and Factor55. Warn Industries, been around since 1948, just after the Second World War, for those with that sort of memory. Arthur Warren started Warren Winches, and most winches back then were run mechanically from a power takeoff or from the gearbox, and Mr. Warren was the first guy to not be using that as the takeoff, which was good, and that started the winch industry, if you like, the Warren winch industry, and they're coming out with all sorts of new product, and like I say, the great company, great service to their customers, and they have a huge booth out here on the lake bed with everything that they sell. I think basically everything that they sell. You can get some merch over there. You get some stuff that looks like these nice jacket that I have this morning with the Go Prepared logo down my arm. And this one says equipped to explore. That's me. I'm equipped to explore this morning, and I'm going prepared. You wouldn't have thought that at about 7 o'clock, but it's all worked out. That is hammers. So don't forget, you can follow along as well. Track on your device at home or wherever you are in the car riding to work. Saturday, some people work Saturdays. www.trackracecars.com there. And Gear Shift providing this live feed for you this morning, as we did yesterday. Obviously, yesterday's was fun trying to get all that figured out. Something that if you've never done it before, and the paperwork says you should be able to do it, when it comes down to real life practice, it takes a little working out. But luckily, we've got the people that can work it out. So if you think you should be getting into this live streaming off every race car, it doesn't have to be an off-road race car. It could be a short circuit race car, dirt track car, rally car, I don't know, any sort of car, any sort of racing. You don't have to be racing even. If you think you should be in the live stream biz, then gearshiftgarage.us is where you'll find the info for that. And it is pretty amazing. I know it's all technology and satellites and stuff, but it is it's really come on. Even if you just said the last 3 years, with the communication, the comms, you got trucks out there in the desert, satellite, what we used to call satellite dishes, but they're just those little tablets now, little square Starlink mini mounts, and it's just amazing. The communication between the crew and the car, and in this case the live stream people, is what it's all about. It really helps bring the race, if you like, brings the race and hopefully some of the atmosphere back to people that can't actually be at the race, but want to see the racing going on. So gearshiftgarage.us. Find out more about it right there. Absolutely. Brilliant people, great people to deal with, and they've even been really patient with me, and nobody's threatened to kill me yet. But the day isn't over. We're hoping that the generator stays generating, and we're hoping that the Starlink doesn't get all jammed up and we lose our link. But if we do, we'll be back. And next year we'll be back with a bigger Starlink. I don't know. Perhaps that's the answer. Perhaps that's what you have to do. I think there's lots of options, and being this is the first time that I think it's the first time anybody's actually live streamed and then commentated over the live stream just privately, if you like, for just one race car. So we'll see. We don't know what the future will hold, but it's absolutely brilliant as far as I'm concerned. We're just sitting here in a freezing cold tent, and we get on with it. It's absolutely magical. So anyway, this is all brought to you, like I said just a moment ago, Gear Shift Garage, warm winches and Factor 55. If you're out in the lake bed, please go over to the warm booth and have a look. Have a look in there if you haven't been past there. Justin and all his gang are in there. And Justin, the Warren's a big sponsor of this 4400 car, Zach Savage Racing Team. They've really helped him out with support for the car and with the support for this, to bring you this live feed. And without them, this really wouldn't be possible. Without the people that, without the sponsors, and when we say sponsors, it's not just a sticker on the car; it's a commitment both ways from the race team owner, and the sponsor company. It's a commitment between the two of them. It's not just sticking a sticker on the car and saying, I've got sponsored by Billy Bob's Jerky or whatever. It's a lot more than that. And when you get in some situations that have arisen on the lake bed, just with this one race team, a sponsor that knows their stuff and that is really supporting you, goes out of their way to help you overcome situations. Also, I would like to mention that having O'Reilly's on the lake bed running deliveries from Yucca Valley 3 or 4 times a day has helped an awful lot of people out here too, and not just race car teams. I'm talking about Mr. and Mrs. Smith out there with their Razor or their pick-em-up truck or whatever it is. Something fell off, and Warner bringing it all the way to the lake bed. You just go down and pick it up the next day or later on that day, even same day. So that's a pretty cool thing. It started a couple, maybe 3 years ago or 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and we made use of it when we raced last, and that's a pretty cool thing to have on the lake bed. So they're not sponsoring this team, but I'm just saying it's a cool thing between real sponsors and race cars, because that's what makes it all go round, and it's a good thing. Right, warm winches then. Go to their booth and say hello to Justin and the gang over there. Admire the wrap on their trailer, on their semi-trailer, because that's it's a pretty amazing. Actually, it's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing how much it costs too. I found that out. Good grief. Anyway, looks pretty cool. They got all the gear in there, get you out of trouble, whether it's a winch or a rope. They've been running some education type deals during this week. Justin certainly knows his stuff as far as his recovery stuff and rope splicing. They've even got a little tool that they'll sell you to help you splice your rope when you need to make a special piece or you've broken something. So yeah, Warren really putting the effort into giving you help you understand, should I say, how everything should go together, and obviously to keep you safe when you're recovering stuff too. I can remember stuff way back in the day where people were lucky, people getting hooks catapulting back through their rear windshield, windscreen or whatever, missing the driver's head by about 3 inches and going out the front windshield, and warn their leaders in recovery equipment and education too. I think is important to keep everybody safe. You don't want to be, especially in a racing situation, in a situation at King of the Hammers where winching is definitely part of the race. So you can't, you don't want to be sat in chocolate thunder winching and the guy next to you is winching with baler twine and a bent coat hanger. You want to know that you're safe because of they're safe, if you know what I mean. You want it, everybody wants to be safe. Nobody wants to be hurt, especially during the winching operation stuff. It's not, they have the equipment to take care of you. Go visit them and you can check out their website too. They got everything obviously on the website, and the Factor55 people, the same. They have a whole bunch more recovery equipment, safety equipment. They've got some sling rope things in there that you could tie up battleships with. Some of that rope's bigger than my car. So it's worth a trip. Worth a trip just to go see the booth. But if you can't go see the booth, go check out their website. Check out the Factor55 website too. And I'm sure you'll be able to find something that you'll be interested in buying, even if it's just a hat. They got some cool merch over there, so check them out. But anyway, going back to checking them out, check out the gear shift. And getting reports back that people can actually hear we've got our sound issues sorted out. Getting reports back in from people listening around the world that we're getting got a much better sound going on today. So that's nothing but thanks up there to Gear Shift and their guys, and the fact that we managed to find a headset and microphone in the middle of the lake bed yesterday. But there is some poor child that hasn't got his gaming headset today because I borrowed it. But there you go. Got to do what you got to do. Make it work. So, yeah. So, as far as we know, Zach is still out there. Not sure. Let me see what's going on with them. They're trying to find another spare belt. They found a spare that will hopefully work. He had one on the car, and what they're trying to do is find, what the team's trying to do is find another belt. They're off down. We were just talking about this, and guess where they're going to see if they can secure a belt for the car. So they've got another spare back in stock. They got one. Obviously got one on the car now. They found another spare, but if there's going to be an ongoing issue, we want to make sure that he has plenty of belts. And so the crew's gone down to O'Reilly's, evidently. Hopefully they can get one out here. I'm sure they will if they have one in stock there in Yucca Valley, and it's a Chevrolet engine, an LS engine. It's not as if it is an uncommon engine here in the States. So hopefully it'll all work out. Let's hope so. We need to see this 4400 car finish today, and let's hope it does. Let me just check out some more texts that are coming in. Nothing like doing all this live, is there? So I get confused. Still nobody has brought me any Cadbury chocolate. But there you go. Live in hope. Yesterday when I said that, a chocolate chip cookie showed up, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen today. Live in hope. Absolutely. But, so, we hope he is continuing on his run. I don't have another way to check his location. Obviously, all the pit crew are looking for LS belts right now, so there is absolutely nobody around me that I can see. People running by every now and then with a purposeful looking face, but if that's the biggest problem we've got, we're good to go. So, right then, I don't know if we still have the feed from the car or not. We'll certainly certainly see. It really is disconcerting when you see yourself 2 minutes before you were before. They're telling me on the text. I don't even know what it. Da, da. Okay. Here's. I'm going to have to take a break for a minute while I relay this information. So if I can get the gear shift guys to take me out of the stream for a minute. I've got some information I need to share with them.
Hey guys, Trevin here, Gearshift Garage, and I want to share with you guys what the team at Gearshift has been working on for the last year. So, a couple of really cool things is Gearshift Garage is not just a YouTube channel. We're not just social media content. We've been developing now, and we're finally proud to announce Gearshift Garage live streaming. And what we've developed and what we are bringing to the market is essentially the ability for any racer to live stream in-cab footage of their race that will be broadcast on Gearshift Garage Live and then indexed in the Gearshift Garage website. So let's say, for example, I'm racing and my family wants to tune in and see my in-car, in-cab footage. They can go to the website, they can click on the race division, what class and when the race is going to be, click on my number, and that live stream will take them right to that live stream so they can watch the in-cab view. We're really excited, and this thing has a ton of traction. We have so many people excited to use this feature. So to add a little bit of context, to be able to live stream on YouTube, you need to have, I believe, 50 subscribers, something like that. And it's not available for everyone. Not everybody is a YouTube person. Not everyone's great with technology. We not only are going to provide the platform, but we are going to provide the devices. So you'll be able to rent the devices or buy the devices from us. They'll ship to you. You put them in the car. Or we're going to show up to a race, or a race director is going to purchase these things. We're going to put these in the cabs of all the vehicles, and then we're going to essentially live stream. And again, you'll have the ability as a viewer to go online, figure out who you want to watch, and look directly from the cab and see, get that point of view race experience from inside the car. Now, along with that, we've also developed a tracking app. Now, this tracking app, currently there's only a few tracking apps that are out there. Every race truck has to have a device that straps to the truck. And then as they race, it pings with these checkpoints that tell you on a map where the vehicles are. Now, they don't update really fast or anything like that. We're using GPS technology, and we're thinking forward here, and we've developed an app that essentially is going to allow you, the viewer, again, to track these vehicles in real time as quickly as it can update. So it is the fastest using GPS technology that we can update. Uh, Racers can use this, their pit crew can use this, announcers can use this, anyone can use this. It's going to give you a real-time view of who's in what place, what direction they're going, how fast they're going, what car number is there, and we have a bunch of really cool things that are going to go along with that we're really excited to debut. So these kind of work together hand in hand. We'll also, the streaming side of things will also have the tracking app built into it, so you won't have to worry about that. But we're really excited, and there's so many uses for this, both of these apps that we've been working on. And so that'll give all racers and all people an opportunity to live stream. And one of the things that we noticed is that for King of the Hammers, for example, there are sections where when the driver leaves, you don't see them again, right? And then as a family member or a spouse or something like that, or a parent, you may not see them and not have an update as if they've fallen off a mountain, if they've crashed, if they're going the wrong direction. And this way you'll be able to track them. And if they have the live stream, you'll be able to look directly out the cab window and see where they're at, what they're doing, and how they're getting along. This is gonna kind of change the way that we see racing, right? Having the ability to know exactly where our crew member is or our teammate is, this is just gonna take people to the next level. So we're super excited to announce Gearshift Garage Live, and we're gonna debut it. We're actually headed to Ensenada next week to showcase this thing, and both the tracking side and the live stream side. So stay tuned for the live streaming. We're going to do our first kind of live stream on our drive down. I'm flying into Vegas. I'm going to meet my partner, Sean, and we're going to go live on the drive, and we're going to answer questions and talk about what this is and why it's so important. Then when we get there in Ensenada, we're going to try to outfit 10 trucks, and then they'll live stream the Baja 500. Now, again, this is we're utilizing YouTube, so it all live streams through Gearshift Garage's YouTube, and then the Gearshift Garage website allows us to index those so you can easily find your racer who you're looking for. Again, we've been developing this for a long time. We still have a long way to go. We have a ton of different ideas for this that would allow you, again, maybe in real time, to switch between drivers, to do picture in picture. There's a lot of really cool things here that are in the works. So if you guys want to be a part of the beta test, if you guys are excited about this, drop a comment, DM us. We'll get you on the list. Right now, we have so many people excited about this. It's kind of hard to keep up. So we're trying to scale as quickly as we can. We're using some devices. We're using Android technology and some devices to make this all happen. And we just can't get hardware fast enough. So we're currently working on that. We'll keep you guys posted as we go forward, but we're really, really excited about what we have to bring you. Be sure to stay tuned for the live. And again, if you're interested, DM us, and comment on this video, put your name in the hat. We certainly want to cover as many different kinds of race genres and give accessibility to people as possible. Thanks.
I haven't been listening to pretty much anything.
He doesn't have a spare right now, so they got one in the main.
And they have others on order that'll be at the parts store at 11.
Well,
yeah, it's a real good time. Yeah, so luckily we took the one that was missing a whole rib and zip tied that to the car last night. So they had a spare, luckily.
wouldn't a belt going out be like an alignment issue or something?
There's a lot of potential reasons, and the fact that there was a rib missing off of the belt that was previously on the car concerns me with like pulley alignment issues. By the way, disclaimer: you are on a live stream right now.
So
I don't know
bitches?
if it has audio.
It does. And I just said bitches.
You gonna put your wind blades up? I failed to do it yesterday, but I'd like to get a picture of you guys, like standing in the pit.
I'm embracing the slow roll in that we were told. So
What's that?
I'm embracing the slow roll in.
100%, dude. The leaders were. What was the time? Where'd he go? They were like an hour and a half on the first lap. We're at least 2 hours, probably more, before they hit me. You know,
So we got like what, 4 hours?
Potentially 11 o'clock.
Oh, that's not bad.
By the time they get back here, 10:30, 11, maybe. We do have tracking.
Yep, we'll get all set up here
Slowly.
slowly.
Yeah, there's no rush.
There's no coffee. I have coffee still, but I appreciate the offer.
I'm good for now, but I will in a bit.
Probably go dig the hole first before I start doing that. Brought the shitters.
Brought the shitter?
I brought the shit. He brought the shitter. We're all good to go.
Fucking wear it as a hat and it covers you.
Yeah, of course. Throw Eagle Jack. I think I met him last night. But they are out in the desert. As you can see, it's a beautiful spot. It's absolutely glorious out there. Looks like everybody's not much action going on out there. At the moment, we can't bring you the live feed from the car, and we can't tell you why we can't bring you the live feed from the car, but it's hammers, so stuff happens. But those remote pit 2. We do also have a camera set up in remote pit 1. The remote pit 1 camera is on top of a pole, so we'll have to look to see if in a little while if we can get back to that. So we know Zach and Bruno in the 4400 car had some issues with the what I'd call a fan belt, what everybody calls like an ancillary belt or the belt on the car. We hope that it's still hanging on, and he's still making progress out there. Haven't heard anything to the contrary as yet. So this live stream brought to you by Gear Shift Garage. Obviously, you can be watching this right now as we're here talking, and you can track the cars on www.trackracecars.com, which is their live tracking system as well. So if you're there and you want to see where they are, that'd be a good place to start to go see. And obviously brought to you by Warm Winches as well, as you can see by the flags in the corners. Warm Winches and Factor55. Go prepared. That's what I say. Absolutely every time. Go prepared. And you can do it. Get yourself some Warm Winch equipment and some Factor55 equipment. Get yourself, you've got a Jeep or something, you need some reliable recovery gear on it for when you're trail running with the family at the weekend, either out here in Johnson Valley or at home in your local off-road park. The Warm Winches are known around the world for their winches and their great customer service. Like I say, they have a huge marquee transporter, whatever you want to call it, here on the lake bed, right across from the Warm VIP tent, just up from where where you can get free monsters. I don't mean free monsters like spooky at night time, like free monster drinks there at the Monster Energy stand. It has a pavilion thing that you can stand and watch the cars on the short course before they go back out onto the desert and into the rocks. So we'll just have to wait and see about news from the car. We don't have any. We're going on the assumption that no news is good news. That's what we're doing. I think that's a good tactic, especially in this situation. So we'll just have a look down here on the list and see what we got on the 4400 car, Zach Savage car, with Bruno there as his co-driver, who's a very capable mechanic as well. So the world-famous Mickey Thompson tyre brand on that car. They haven't given him any problems at all today. They're wrapped around some Raceline wheels for strength and lightweight and durability. Raceline performance. You can see all their stuff. A pretty impressive website there at raceline.com. Elbrock, yeah, from Olive Branch in Mississippi, a member of the Elbrock group, which includes Comp Coms and Fast and Russell Performance and Lunatic Power, representing over 130 years of performance. They race towards progress and race towards success at lbrock.com. And that's met those guys I said earlier yesterday, and they've helped Zach out no end this week with parts for the car, injectors and other things to make her all come together. Suppliers, Iron Off-Road, suppliers of suspension and steering parts, more than capable of dealing with the king of the hammers. If you drive off-road, check out American Iron's off-road ball joints and ball joint delete kits. And if you're like me and run a big old Dodge truck, you're going to get familiar with them. Made in America quality. Ultra 4 racers depend on American Iron Offroad.com. So Yukon Gear and Axle, very well known brand out here. Well, about here, everywhere, in racing circles, in the off-road world. Built to perform and built to last. Yukon ring and pinion sets engineered for high torque and high demand. Yukon also have obviously master overhaul kits and precise gear kits. With Yukon Gear and Axle, you can master any terrain with lockers and differentials. They also have steering parts and tools to get the job done right, axles and parts, and live tech support, which can be very handy at those days when you're working on your car in the garage and you get stuck with an issue. So you can chat with an expert with them. And you can find them at yukongear.com. So that's some of the sponsors on Zach's cars. There's his main sponsors. Warm Winch, of course, and Factor55 recovery gear. I know he's got a new Fairlead and a couple of other bits that Factor55 and Warn gave him earlier in the week that Zach's swapped out. Just stuff gets worn out when you're racing with it, and Warren came through for him right there. That's what I was talking about earlier, with a good relationship between the race car owner and the sponsor. It's a lot more than just a sticker on the side of the car. It shows commitment from both sides. So yeah, that's the best way of explaining that. Commitment from both sides. Yeah, that's what a sponsor is. But it's also your commitment to them as well. So that's why we run it. Warn, some of the best equipment, recovery equipment in the off-road world. But Warn also makes stuff for the Army and the Navy and the Air Force, and just huge, absolutely huge. Just go check out their merch tent. You'll see how huge they are. It's incredible. So Justin and the guys down there be happy to help you with whatever it is you need. Go talk to them. They can talk the wheels off of a winch, but winches don't have that many wheels on them. So, but anyway, we're still waiting to hear any news on the 4400 car. Dust's getting thicker out in the desert, I can see. There's quite a few people actually move out today that have done their race or done their support for somebody that was racing, and they're moving out. And there's quite a line of vehicles leaving this morning as we were coming in, and it was earlier this morning they were leaving out. And you think, well, it's going to look empty when you get, no, there's thousands of people coming back into Hammers every day. And as you're here for the week, or 2 weeks or whatever, however long you're here, you actually see the sort of ebb and flow of people coming and going, camps being built, then being dismantled, people leaving, more people moving in. It's pretty incredible. It's a fluid situation here out on the lake bed. But we're just, like I say, we're waiting to hear news of the car. Still not having any any live stream on it. No pictures from the car as yet. I've been checking my texts and not seeing anything that is going to let me know what's gone on. We're just going to have to wait and see. Hopefully everything's going okay. We know he went through remote pit 2 and was headed out back out to the desert and into some rock. And he started in the rocks and then we lost our feed. So we'll just have to wait and see. As soon as we know, you'll know. But right now, we're not knowing much. This live feed brought to you, of course, by Gearshift Garage. Warm winches and Factor 55. So we'll be right back in just a while. I'm gonna have to walk up to main pit to see if they've got any more news on the car that I can bring you. I'll be like a quick roving reporter. I'll leave my little position in the garage and run up to main pit. It's just up here. They're just outside the Mickey Thompson tyre, funnily enough. Pit box. They got all their warm winch pit mats laid out. Factor 55 pit mats laid out. And I'm gonna run up there, literally, and see what's going on. So we'll be right back after this.
I had to bring the tools out. I think they do too at Harbor Freight.
You know what pissed me off about U.S. General? I love my toolbox, right? It's about the same level as Craftsman. And then I was like, oh, you know what? This is definitely made in the U.S. 100%.
Are they use decals?
So,
Yeah, stickers.
Out here is no acceptable.
Bruno has more. He prints stickers. This apparently didn't cut or whatever, so. This Cricket didn't cut them right.
Amazon has
Here, while I'm here, you have more stickers.
Yes.
Take as many as.
But they look good.
I have my handy design ones.
Here, what is it? No, that's an H.
oh, I thought, okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna guess Anchit is your last name.
Yeah.
I'm so smart.
Yep. I do race car liveries.
Oh, do you know? Does Sergio know that?
There were some zip ties, I don't know.
Hey, good.
You didn't get any?
No.
Yeah, my sister and I do all the graphic design. She made the logo. I made the
I'm a little disappointed you guys don't have a screech or something, though. I'm just saying.
one of our gals, our hospitality gals, learned the sound a screech owl makes. And she can do it.
Should get like a.
You guys should totally have a screech that you do like after a car leaves pits, so it becomes the signature screech after every pit stop.
You guys gotta do this.
We're planning marketing for you guys over here.
Thank you.
You may not like it when we're done.
I think the going battle cry was like.
Screech owls don't. They screech.
No, their sound is actually
You
very.
ever seen one shit?
Was that?
You ever seen one shit?
You know what we should do actually?
No steak pockets? That's what you were gonna say, right?
Yep.
Yeah, no, we should use one of these tiny toolboxes for all our stickers.
Oh, there you go.
Yours?
Like a little sand for your cup?
With my protein shake.
Oh, it's a protein shake.
It will be.
Let's stick it right there.
He's sticking in his truck too. He ain't got no holes either.
Modern trucks. Hauling things with trucks.
senor? Superior? Whoa. It is superior exclamation point or exclamation point. No.
Superior.
Oh yeah, superior. The second I is the exclamation point.
Capital S.
Superior. Go back there. That last one up.
Superior is capital S. R. Exclamation point. O-R. 1.
Super exclamation point or Senor Sauvage.
You got on the Wi-Fi?
He probably spells his name 2ACH. Thought there was gonna be a TV out here, man. This was all hype. Coming out to remote thing was all hyped up. Like,
So convenient.
I'm like, sweet, I'll have fun out there. I've never spent the entire day out there. I always
Chairs, assholes.
well, I can deal with the no chair.
We got chairs. There's a special chair. I don't know if you have a special chair. It's probably got a warm seat right now. Something about sitting in a warm seat in the bathroom.
You won't ever have to get up.
It's true.
I said, I don't think you heard me.
No. I got 84% on this thing. Wi-Fi's still up. And I can hear the live stream. That sounds like Paul Wolf. Yeah, last night. Okay, he started it. swap positions so that way you can both be in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm just checking. Just like to know.
Mark, is that the people that? Who is that? Yeah. Is that who Superbad was talking about last night? That was like neighbor camps.
No, that's Adrak or Adrac or something like that.
Yeah. That's not them. Oh. So you just randomly hooked up and turned up?
Yeah, like they're like going to the same spot. We're like, hey, it's a weird spot. I'll take a little thing.
You trying to get turned up or turned up?
Which way I can. At this point.
Oh, fun.
pleased about that. They, as you can see, that's just remote pit 2 out there in the high country. At the moment we can't get the we can't get the stream from the car. Live feed we have is the one coming from remote pit 2, and they're not expected there yet. Some streaming from the in-car, showing the Bruno and Zach sitting there quite happily, travelling through the desert. Seems like they're moving without that speed by the amount of shaking that's going on. Bruno will probably end up being a couple of inches shorter at the end of this race than he is right now. So that live feed is running. But the one we really would like to see, which is out the front, is the one that's not tracking at all at the moment. I don't know whether that's because he's getting close to the pits and close to where everybody's got 10,000 Starlinks set up. The main pit stream appears to be working. Stream appears to be working. And the in-car appears to be working. One that we would like to work, which is the out the front camera from the car. According to the people up in Montana, says failed, is what it keeps saying. So hopefully we'll get a view of him when he comes in to main pit here, or maybe not. Oh, no, that main pit's, oh, there it goes. Main pit is streaming, but Car's making it past. I mean, our fuel guy has his helmet on and his magic apron. That's it. Message in on another line.
Vented around the top. Oh, is it? Yeah, there's a whole like thing of screen. I brought sandwich stuff. Awesome.
There's a screenshot somebody just sent me from England. Mr. and Mrs. Burgess out there watching at down by Waldron in Sussex. Sent me a screenshot of the screen they're watching at home in his newly redecorated front room. Like I say, our pit crew, the fuel man has his helmet on. Hopefully that's a good sign. So he was 20 miles out a little while ago. He should be getting real close to coming into main pit. That's Zach Savage in a 4400 numbered car in the 4400 race. Yeah, we're definitely having some data issues. This is about the same time yesterday when we started having data issues. So hopefully we can overcome them. Not really sure how we're going to see what's going on with the if we're not pulling all the data. We need to pull more data evidently to make it all work, and that's as far as my technical expertise goes. Yeah, it appears that we're pedaling down through these.
This guy's got a 2-hour drive home. I think I'm just gonna go with him. I'm gonna live there instead. That's if there's driving. Yeah, I'm just gonna go live with him. We'll see you next year. Yeah.
Here's the cameras that are outside of Hammertown are still trying to work, but this one's remote pit 2 is still streaming. So if we could just move everything out to remote pit 2, we could cure the issues. I don't think it works like that. So we'll just stay here and stand by and drink our coffee, and just remind you that this live stream is brought to you by Gearshift Garage, Warm Winches, and Factor55. Like I say, we had a little problem earlier on. It's a little dusty. Had a little problem earlier on with the belt. Replaced that. As far as we know, everything's still good to go. He's still rolling through the desert, headed this way. Shame we couldn't see him go through the rocks. His getting close to Hammertown. There's a lot of vehicles out there on this course, and a lot of them are still running too, which is a good thing. So in the meantime, we're just waiting for news. Not much more we can do except wait. Got a great picture there. Pit 2, remote pit 2. I can't remember that guy's name with the camera, the 027 media guy. He's they're doing a whole thing on Zach and the whole crew. I think his name Justin. I can't hear that. Jensen Button. That's his name, Jensen. Sorry, Jensen, I've called you everything but Jensen. But they're doing a whole film on the Zach Savage racing experience. They're just waiting. In pit 2, obviously, he's got to come through main pit before we get out. Before he gets back running out again up to. I'm not sure what I did with that then. I think I pressed the wrong button. Nice and relaxed out at pit 2. Beautiful day, slight breeze, so it's keeping all the keeping most of the dust away. It makes it a lot easier when you're driving too, to not have that all up in your face. And worn winch flag there in the background, just flapping carefully in the wind. Bourne, proud sponsor of this 44 Zach Savage car. You can see all the fuel mats laid out, fire extinguishers just in case, and of course a Pro Eagle jack, and a couple of spare tyres just in case. We haven't, as far as we know, we haven't needed any spare tyre, haven't been called for on the car. Which is good news. You don't normally expect to have a lot of issues with these Mickey Thompsons. This is what they were designed to do. Be out here in the desert and take a pounding. Those Raceline wheels up to snuff as well.
Oh no.
wait
I'm okay with that one.
for news. See if he's actually made it through the pit or not. See if he's made it into main pit.
Back on his wheels and running.
You gonna take up precious tailgate
As far as we know. Any
That seems a little
problems?
So hopefully it works. I was able to grab the hose, and I just brought the hose straight up, so it shouldn't siphon up.
We're just replying to messages now. I'm sorry. Trying to get a handle of what's going on.
What we got? In the big turn, caught an edge and like bicycled it and didn't catch it. But he's on his wheels and rolling again. Huh?
Somebody out there on
Course workers. So that's confirmation, because if he's on his wheels and rolling again, and it was course workers, because they would have just told him you're out if it wasn't. But that's what I thought about.
So
Get
he's
back
still
up
going
and
to pit where he flipped.
streaming.
Yeah, he's at main.
We're waiting on news of the Zach Savage 4400 car. Zach out of Greenville, South Carolina. His co-driver Bruno Pinillos. He's actually out of Peru. So, got a little international team going on here. Zach is the owner of Savage Cabinetry. Actually, the Savage Cap is pit boss Joe on sleeps, and then the one that's sleeping gets to drive, and the one that's driving gets to sleep. It takes him about 2 days. Takes me a little longer to get here. I'm doing that sleeping and driving thing. We literally just we drive, and then we find a hotel and sleep. Don't do that sleeping in the car. I'm too old for that. People out in 2, having a chat about the current situation. And the other cars rolling through. So pit members just come flying into the garage. Trying to locate some equipment.
They're probably working on the car very further.
It's left again. So they must be closing down on main pit, I think. Quick swig of the old caffeine. We made it. So the car's made it to main pit. Great news. Joe just came running in with his silver pinny, as I call it, his silver fuel apron on, came running in, grabbed something, and went flying back out again. So might be a little technical thing, but hey, they're back at main pit, which is brilliant news for this team. Absolutely brilliant. They are. They're out of the car.
The car was uprighted and that means they're in pit right now.
Out of the car. See, back up at pit 2. Guys up there at pit 2 they've just had it all easy today, I think. They did a drive-through earlier when they went through pit 2. They'll be back at pit 2. It'll be a while, but they'll be back at pit 2. They'll be back at pit 2 in a while. A lot more racing to go before they get out of pit 1 and get back out onto pit 2. Elberg there at pit 2, whose race suit half on. It's obviously going to be a fuel man or going to be working on the car when it comes in. Participated in the 4900 race on Thursday and is now, like we do at Hammers, helping out a fellow crew in the pit. More information. From the in-car, but they're definitely both driver and co-driver out of the 4400 car, working on something here in main pit, and going to give Sally a message now. Can you ask Zach? So anyway, sorry about that, but we don't have the technology yet to pass too many messages back and forth. And Sally's going to run up to main pit. They're both out of the car. Hopefully the mechanics are working on it. I doubt if Zach is working on it, maybe he can fix the stream from the car, which would be absolutely brilliant. Because I'm pretty sure he hasn't been keeping up with the group chat about the live feed whilst he's out there in the desert racing. But like I say, he has made it back to main pit. Both driver and co-driver out of the car do have an issue with it that they're attending to. I think pit 2 people are all just chilled out. Yeah, they're in main pit. Yeah, well, we'll be out here. Let's have a snack. Okay, go for it. So Mickey Thompson tyres then turned him all the way through the desert with not one issue, along with his race line wheels and the Elbrock, that company based down there in Olive Branch, Mississippi, and a whole group of companies under that umbrella: Comp Cams, Fast, Russell Performance, and Lunatic Power, representing over 130 years of performance. Winners equip their car with Elbrock components. Race towards progress and race towards success at elbrock.com. Yes, sir. Nice folks down there. They're from Mississippi. Most people from Mississippi are nice folks. The American Off-Road Iron supplies the suspension and steering parts, and I don't think we're having any problems with any of that today. Their parts are more than capable of dealing with KOH. And if you drive off-road, check out American Iron's off-road ball joint delete kits, especially if you're running a Dodge. Made in America, quality. Ultra 4 racers depend on American Iron Off-Road. You check out their stuff, obviously, at AmericanIronOffroad.com. Yukon gear and axle, built to perform, built to last. Yukon ring and pinion sets engineered for high torque and high demand. With Yukon gear and axle, you can master any terrain with lock sets and lockers and differentials and steering parts and tools to get the job done right. Axles and parts, and you can get live tech support from those folks. Chat with an expert. YukonGear.com. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, this live stream brought to you by Gear Shift Garage and Warm Winches and Factor55. We're getting streamed from the car, the in-car, and Zach and Bruno getting strapped back in again, which is a great sign. This is coming from the Savage Racing worn Factor55 Car 2 cam. It's quite a lot to get plugged in. You have your comms sorted, your harness device, obviously your safety belts, and then the fresh air plugged back into your helmet, which you don't think does anything until it quits doing what it's doing, and then you realise that was doing quite a lot. So you need to make sure that's plugged in well, speaking from experience, because without it, you can't see anything and you can hardly breathe. So to get them done out, Zach's shouting his last instructions to his crew, and the car's moving off and out of main pit. Hopefully whatever issue it was, they've got it under control. Bruno resetting his navs. He's got a couple of different navigation systems in that car, and Zach they're concentrating on just getting out of that pit. It's a speed limit all the way down through there. You can just see out the corner of the camera. So they work their way down, wiping everything off, getting everything straight and ready to go back to it. So we're going to see if we can, I don't know if he had a chance to redo the camera for the forward facing or not. But the main thing is that the car is moving, and it's been into main pit, and Maybe we can get somebody. Maybe we could get somebody down here like Joe, and when he's finished wrapping up, I mean, he hasn't finished for the day, but maybe he'll have a time to come down and tell us what went on and what's going on. They are clear of main pit, headed back out into the desert. Hopefully whatever was up was up. Hopefully they can get it. Keep it going. We're going to go back and we keep running out of Pedro. So here we are again, back in the studio.
We were like supposed to go through all that
Just
shit.
freezes up.
No. Huh? I don't think so. Okay. Yeah, you might be right. We did it on the way in. Holy fuck.
Take some notes.
Yep. You did find the impact socket and put it back on the impact? Yeah. Okay.
Hopefully we can get some information here in a little while as to what's been happening in the car and what's going on now. In the meantime, remember that this broadcast is being brought to you by Gear Shift Garage and Warn Winches and Factor55. Yes, sir. That's the main sponsors of this live feed. If you think you need to be getting into the live feed situation, if you think your team's ready for it, you need to get a hold of the Gear Shift guys at gearshiftgarage.us. They'll be more than happy to explain how it all works, what you all need to be doing, and it really does open it up, as you can see today. Really does open it up for your people, especially the sponsors will like it. Everybody likes it, and the live stream tracking, of course, at www.trackracecars.com is another really cool place to see what's available from these people. Sorry, there's some other stuff going on. Trying to glean all we can glean. Warm Winches also, big proud sponsor. And here's In-Car again. We're back up with In-Car. Zach and Bruno there bouncing their way across the desert. That's great to see, very reassuring to see the car moving as quickly. Hopefully everything's settled down now. I can't see anything that would have changed, especially from here. But there's certainly is some rough terrain out there, and evidently it's a little dusty too. But that's the That's the in-car cam, obviously. Bruno there in the white helmet, Zach in the black helmet. We got South Carolina and Peru. I think if you look carefully in the background, you can see Paddington there. But there are some enormous yumps and bumps out there, and because I don't know Zach very well, I wouldn't imagine he's a bit fired up after spending some time in the pits. So Bruno's probably doing a pretty good job of trying to keep Zach calmed down so we can get to the end of this race. But it's really, really great to see him moving again. It's a little bit concerning when you don't really know what's happening. And Sally's just run up to the pits. Let's see if we can get Joe down here to tell us what happened, what's going on. It's probably not going to be very happy, but we're going to get down here if we can. She'll persuade him, surely. So Warm Winches then, proud sponsor of this 4400 car. We're just keeping an eye out. Evidently Joe is on his way. Well done, Sally, thank you. There's the pen and the paper, and I'll now get a production note. But it's really good to see the in-car come back up. Thank goodness. Brilliant. Bruno in his brand new race suit. Oh, yeah, that'd be an issue. So, whilst they were in the pits, they had a little technical problem because the car next to them caught fire. We'll find out more about that in just a little while. So, yeah, that probably did bring some excitement into an already stressful situation. But there you go. You can see them thundering across the desert right now, headed out towards the rocks. So, no pressure, Zach. Just keep her rolling, baby. So... section that he's on right now. Unfortunately, our helicopter for the team got grounded yesterday after it was doing loop-the-loops over Yucca Valley, picking up 2 reprobate photographers. But that is a whole different story that we're not going into here. Moving across. Brilliant to see. Absolutely brilliant. Car course equipped with Factor55 recovery gear. Closed loop recovery systems. Keeping everybody safely safe if we need to do any winching. Because today Factor55 remains a major name in winch recovery and accessories, producing complete recovery kits, pulleys, shackles, fair leads, ropes, and specialising in all types of hardware, all designed for maximum safety and effectiveness. Products are often paired with quality winches like Warn's, off-road events and competitions. They're recognised for performance in demanding trail and racing environments. Yeah, that's what it says on my shirt. Factor55, equipped to explore. So, get my executive chair ready for Mr. Joe. He's going to hopefully give us the lowdown. We're going to have to share the mic.
Yeah, I guess you saw me come running in here to grab wrenches. Yeah, that's fine. I looked a little gassed. On the plus side, we didn't really spill a drop of fuel, so that's huge. He rolled it over in the short course, so there's no penalty. There's no place to recover, so they recover for you, but he has to go back to that position that he rolled over in to restart. And in all of the excitement, kind of forgot that. As he left, he didn't go back into the flag. He just continued down pit. So we will get a time penalty for that. The front sway bar control arm, that's broken. That's why I had to run back here. That's not something that we normally have to disassemble in Maine. But we got that taken care of. If after this interview you could do me a favor and send Zach a message. No, that's true. Send Zach a message that his front diff is leaking. Superbad and I are going to be running up there here in a minute. We'll be there for pit 2 after he gets in from the rocks, and then we'll run back down here, fuel him again down here, and then we'll be done in Maine until they cross the finish line, and we'll be up in remote pit 2. Similar to in the exact same location as last year. They were fueling, and the way they have to fuel that car, they have to go in straight, right by the passenger, and if you don't hit the hole just right and you spray, it goes up, and that happened last year, and it happened again this year. Everyone's okay. The driver, it looks like the driver and co-driver were out of the car, standing around pit afterwards. I didn't see any medical staff attending to them, so luckily no one's hurt. Wear what you wear. I'm not wearing it now, but I wear my helmet and my fueling sock. Some guys don't, but that's better safe than sorry, and that's exactly why. Always a pleasure. You could probably give Ethan an interview at some point in time. No, I don't want to.
Cool.
He's single.
But he's joined the Savage team tonight.
Big shout out to Sergio. Thank all.
Joe was part of it. And had a great time with those guys, especially a really, really good time when they actually crossed the finish line and won their class. So, yeah, I really appreciate you coming in, Joe. That's an awesome deal. Get the lowdown on what's been going on. So the sway bar's broke, but it's been taken care of. And just to make the highlight reel for his sponsors, Zach actually evidently planned that rollover on the short course so that he would make the highlight reel and give all the sponsors the gear shift and the Warns and the Factor55s and the Yukon gear and axle and all of them. A good little time on camera there on the main live feed. So they're off to the rocks now. Got quite a bit of desert to do first, but they'll be back in the rocks. A good place to fall over would be right in the middle of the short course, in front of thousands of people that are watching. And I'm sure he only did it for effect. But yeah, they'll take a penalty if they didn't go back. But if that's the worst, that's brilliant. It's just awesome to see the car out there running. Shows you what can be done in these pits with putting stuff back together. But the in-car shows you just the amount of stress can take a toll on you. Can take a toll on you after a while. Now, some of these co-drivers, or some of the drivers, have actually already done. Some of them have already done 2 races this week. They would have raced the UTV, and then they would have raced in the 4600 class, Everyman Challenge, and today they'd be out there in their big boy car, in the 4400 class. So you can imagine how fit you have to be to participate without feeling it too much. It's actually becoming a thing now to be an athlete in the sport. As we were coming in this morning, we saw, was it yesterday morning? Yesterday morning as we were coming in, there's a whole couple of guys out there jogging, keeping fit. I was not one of them, but it was good, absolutely good. So in-car running really well. At least we get to see them. Didn't get to see them upside down for some reason, I don't know why. But as you can hear cars, some cars coming back into their garage, which is never a very good sign halfway through a race. So we're like hanging out in the driving compartment at the 4400 car. Bruno there be giving Zach direction, just trying to keep him calm and guide him through this race. It's a long race with a lot of technical stuff. The desert, I wouldn't want to say it's the easy part, but it's a little easier than running in the rocks. The rocks are, like I say, can be as big as the car itself. And some of the rocks have died and they're moving. Some of them are still growing and they stay where they are. But notes out of Arkansas showing the live feed, the in-car. People in Arkansas can see what's going on. We know people in England are seeing what's going on from the in-car, and nothing like spending your Saturday afternoon with your feet up on the couch and your 3 dogs and your 1 loony cat and 1 regular cat on the sofa. Sat around watching the live stream. Brought to you by Gear Shift Garage, Factor55 and Warn Industries, Warn Winch. Gear Shift, of course, also streaming for other teams. Although we don't want you to go and watch their stream, we want you to stay here and watch ours. It's a little rough in one of these race cars. If you want to be, if you think you need some physical exercise and you'd like to sit down and do it, this would be a good place to start. So you can follow the progress there at www.trackracecars.com on the Gear Shift website. See our car and other cars too. Of course, a well-experienced co-driver, experience with the, obviously with the Dakar, the Baja 1000, several other rallies. Some of you might have seen the video I posted earlier this week of him in his Datsun rally car. It's just two-wheel drive. It really doesn't bother him at all. He can just be like flat out going for it without any issues. Joe's, like he said, he's fixing to go up to pit 2 when they get through with this run up here. Load way down now through the rocks. Haven't had to pull that Factor 55 line out yet. Test out that warm winch. Zach, he's hoping that he can make most of it without having to winch. Got those huge Mickey Thompson tyres on there that just, they're like monster truck tyres. I know they're not, but they're kind of like them. Great big things. He's been running them for a few years now, partnered with Mickey Thompson, and they're all good to go. The old Mickeys, famous for stadium off-road racing back in the day. Check out their stuff, MickeyThompsonTires.com. A pretty extensive website. Really doesn't matter what you run, they've got it. They'll have you covered completely. And he's got those tyres wrapped around his weight, race line wheels. Well, he's getting into some heavy stuff here. Bouncing his way up the trail through the canyon bottom. The race line wheels there, they're lightweight, high strength wheels that can stand the punishment of the world's toughest off-road race, that is King of the Hammers. So that's it. We're at the 2026 King of the Hammers out here in Johnson Valley, California. We're watching a live stream of Zach Savage and Bruno Pinillos as they battle their way through one of the many rock sections here in this competition. It's considered the world's toughest one-day off-road race. I mean, it's been 2 weeks of off-road stuff been going on. The first of the races was the motorcycle, the moto race, and now we're at the last race of the 2 weeks that is King of the Hammers, the Race of Kings. And this in car is Zach Savage and Bruno Pinillos as they're battling their way up. As they battle their way up this trail, Zach has to pick a line. Bruno has to help him pick a line. As you can see out that's Bruno's window, his side window. That is a big rocks that they're up into. Like I say, you have to build the car to run the desert and to run the rocks. So it's kind of amazing that these people, all the teams, have built these cars are just absolutely unreal punishment to soak it up and then go out in the desert and run over 100 miles an hour across the slightly smoother stuff with yumps and bumps and holes and goodness knows what else. But these two guys are smashing their way up. It's pretty incredible to just be able to see the in-car cam. You think where they are out in the middle of nowhere. You put some what they call in the theatre in they're called dickheads. Evidently they're not called that in the off-road community. They're called whiskers or something. But you stick them over the microphone holes in these devices and it sucks out the wind noise, not necessarily the background noise, but just stops that wind noise, and that's certainly helped us with our audio quality today. But 2026 Race of Kings is underway. And of course you can track Zach and Bruno's progress going to www.trackracecars.com and find you can see them on the race map, how far they've got, where they've got to and where they're going. Obviously it's another pretty cool feature of the gear shift technology. I think that's the best way of putting that. So if you're interested, get a hold of gearshiftgarage.us and talk to them about live streaming your stuff too. Way down in these canyons, even the Starlink does struggle a little to keep the content rolling. I don't see any other cars around them. They haven't pulled a winch line yet, so they're making good progress. I know he did his stunt display team thing to just to make sure he made the highlight reel. He said earlier he was going to do that, not, and rolled over on the short course. Why not? It's a good way to get to the highlight reel. So Gearshift brings you this live stream extravaganza today, and many thanks to the guys up there in Montana for helping us put all this together, even under some not ideal situations, especially one of the team having a little medical emergency. We wish him all the best, and hopefully he'll be back to fighting fit very shortly. In the meantime, we continue to watch. There in Arkansas, they might want to put that remote control on charge. It doesn't have batteries, it has a charge. So that might take care of that issue. Be problem solving from the middle of the desert. Probably won't solve it, but that'd be a good idea. Zach and Bruno then, still climbing their way. Still climbing their way through the canyon. See the size of that rock that just went past Bruno's head just then. Good. Grief. I think I've done something when I've driven down a gravel road. These two guys are smashing it. Zach kind of excels in the rocks. I really shouldn't have said that, but he has a great knack for picking a line and going for it. I normally pick a line and end up on the roof. So see him making his way up through here is, I'd have been pulling rope a long time ago. Another huge rock there go by. Can't see from this shot, but each side of this canyon there'll be hundreds of people watching, cheering you on. It's one of the incredible things about King of the Hammers is that you'll be in the middle of nowhere and you'll come around the corner and there'll be, no exaggeration, 1,000 people at least standing there cheering because it's a good section to watch, like coming down Chocolate Thunder or wherever you are. People come every year, they get to know the good spots to go to early in the morning. They go out there and they set up camp, so ready to watch the complete race of kings, and then they clear up all their trash and put it all in a bag and take it all home with them, so that they leave the is what everybody should be doing, especially out here in Johnson Valley. We need to, we've really made a, King of the Hammers have really made an effort this year to educate people about that, keeping everything clean and as you like it. And they also banned fireworks this year. They've always been banned, but this year they enforced it. There's been very little of that type of stuff going on, which has also been awesome. stop there for a minute, but I think we were just something going on. Thrown around like that for between 8 and 9 hours of being chucked around in the car. Checked the fuel in the generator earlier and filled it up. So hopefully we don't have any more fuel at the moment. To check it again shortly. So we're just watching in car. I'm watching them thrash around. Stopped a couple of times and looked down at where the shifters are in that car. I don't know if he had it jump out of gear or something like that. I know he has a front diff that was starting to leak. We do have an issue with his forward-facing camera. One of those spots where you get to go a little faster through the bottom of the canyon, and then you come around the corner and you think, "Oh my goodness me! I thought I was done with this," but no, there's a bunch more rocks for you. Can't beat the rocks. I say Zach's very good head for picking out a good line through there. As far as we know, he hasn't pulled any winch rope yet. Now I've said that, he'll have to pull it in just a few seconds. So, but this live stream brought to you by Gear Shift Garage, Warm Winches and Factor55. If you think you should be streaming your race car stuff too, get a hold of the guys at Gear Shift Garage. Get a hold of them at gearshiftgarage.us. Check out their website. Gear Shift Garage is where passion meets the pavement, or the dirt, or the sand, or the mud. From Ferraris to Rolls-Royce, rally cars to race cars, for all motorheads, Gear Shift brings you this live stream extravaganza. Real GPS tracking for racers, combined with live stream capabilities. Gear Shift, making it happen around the world. Find out how incredibly affordable it is to get your team live with gearshiftgarage.com. Gear Shift. It's more than a channel, it's a community, and by goodness, it sure feels like it. So it's true, it really is. It is a community. If you could see, it's not difficult equipment to set up unless you have the same name as me, and it's very user friendly, and it can give you results like this where people can sit and watch you in the car as you drive across Johnson Valley in the middle of nowhere. Just picking a line, Bruno, just pointing Zach, slightly different direction. So hopefully that'll work out for him. You can see how hard the hits they are They're not traveling very fast, and they're certainly getting to feel the pressure there of bump and grind. I think that is where he's changing gears, shifting in his transfer box. That's what he's doing, knocking it down a gear or two for some of these bigger rocks. Like I say, he's got those huge Mickey Thompson tyres, like 8 foot tall on each corner. Makes going over the rocks a little easier, but they sure are big. And now he's looking for a line up through here. Without the rocks. Desert sure is nice when you get back out onto it, but these rocks are something else to deal with. Even with a big car like this, with this big powerful V8 engine and all its Albrock technical stuff to make it purr like a kitten, you need all of it in these rocks. Just incredibly punishing to the vehicle. It's a shame you can't hear the bangs that are going on right now. Definitely run up against something with this forward motion, and that's a good thing. Sounds like he's got a bit of wheel hop there, or looks like a bit of wheel hop. Get out of this canyon. Oh, Bruno, just give some gentle advice, keeping Zach nice and calm. So if you're in the market for a winch, don't forget warm winches. Warm started out many years ago, 1948. It grew every year right up to the present day with this stuff they're bringing out now is pretty incredible. And they got some new stuff in the pipeline that's just, it's going to be really cool when that hits. I should think by about 1980, Warn Winches was the name in winches. A bit like Hoover in vacuums. People start calling it a Hoover and not actually a vacuum cleaner. But what's that got to do with winches? What I'm saying is that people, these days tend to die. Have you got a Warn? Because that's what everybody has. In the 2000s, 2010 Warn went through some ownership changes in 2017. Warn became part of the First Brands Group alongside companies like ARB, Ray Bestos and Fram. And despite that, Warn kept engineering leadership in the US, a focus on premium winch lines, Xeon and VR series, etc. Today, Warn is known for Xeon series high-end sealed lightweight winches, the VR series, which are affordable but very capable, and obviously the rise in synthetic rope adoption. Advanced weather sealings on their products. Warn winches are still used heavily in rock crawling, overlanding, recovery teams, military and industrial situations. So Bourne don't just make winches, they define the industry in winch. And Factor 55 obviously as well there, with all their ropes and shackles, and especially that fancy Factor 55 hook closed loop system, which is pretty cool too. So still no winch line pulled in this 4400 car, and we're still in some rock, but we're not out of it yet. Now the guys from pit 1 have a lot of them have gone up to pit 2. I mean, mainly just to see the car again. These guys are dedicated. They've been out. I think Joe, who he's been out for. I think he said he took 3 weeks off of work to come and do King of the Hammers. Good job he's not an electrician, otherwise he'd be like, when he gets back, he'd be like 12 weeks behind if he took 3 weeks off and he was an electrician. Luckily, he's not an electrician, so he won't be that far behind when he gets back home to South Carolina. But he's the guy that ran with Zach, brought the car and the trailer, living quarters and everything out here to Johnson Valley. They got stuck in snow and goodness knows what else. Spent 9 hours on one of the interstates just parked. Luckily, I had the living quarters with them, so they weren't in any dangerous situation. Just stuck on the interstate for 9 hours, a bit like going to work on the Monday morning around the M25 in London. But still steady progress then in this car. Back in the little rough stuff again. Nothing that's really hopefully going to damage this pretty mean looking Jeep fronted car with a Jeep hood. Zach kind of made it up as he went along. And here he is. I think this is his 3rd King of the Hammers. I met Zach what they call the OG rookie group. I don't know, must be November 22 when we all met out there at Dave Cole's ranch and participated in that. He had some stuff come up he couldn't get. This all came to the 23 King of the Hammers, and he actually pit crewed for me and Keith Sullivan, my co-driver. He was in our pit crew. Him and Mark as well, Mark Elberg, who raced in the 4900 class earlier this week. They were in our pit crew, because we bring a massive crew to King of the Hammers. It's me and Sally and Keith. And so that's when I first met him then, and he's been competing in King of the Hammers as soon as that car was ready. In 24 he raced, and he raced again in 25. And he's very good at this social media that you have to participate in these days. Very good at that, very good at handling sponsors, sets his own standards, and it's shown in his race car program. But there they are. This is the result of it. It's participating in the 20th anniversary, in the 2026 King of the Hammers here in Johnson Valley, California, with him and many other 4400 class cars. The last race of this 2-week off-road experience out here in Johnson Valley, where hundreds of volunteers, workers, people like Hugh, who his job here is to refill and keep all the lighting towers lit, and he actually co-drove my car with Keith in 2025. He's out here again, and it's amazing. Once you've been 2 or 3 times, you meet a lot of people that you've met before here at Hammers. You see a lot of people that you think you remember, and but the whole thing is, it's a great community, the off-road community, especially this Ultra 4 off-road community, with people helping each other, and it's just a great lifestyle. So anyway, enough rambling. We can see these guys as they make their way towards remote pit 2. Definitely having issues with his shifters. Changing. It's got more gear shifters in that car than the Space Shuttle. If the Space Shuttle would have any gear shifters, I'm not sure. But anyway, he's got a lot of shifters in there, and I have no idea what they do. Just so you know. But he's getting some speed back. Some speed back now. Bruno there checking his navigation, see where they are. They get out of those rocks. Didn't pull a winch. I heard them talking earlier this week where they were talking about lines they were going to take, and a lot of this rock section stuff. That's why pre-running is so important, especially with these bigger cars. They're a lot more capable. They're completely unlimited, horsepower wise, axle wise, and every which way wise. And that's why a lot of the cars have a certain look, because that's been proven to be the setup that works. So they are now thundering towards pit 2 in their warm winch Factor55 sponsored machine, the grey and orange. Even all the decals are the orange. They're not they're the same sponsor decal, but it's done with the orange and grey instead of whatever colour the sponsor uses. Keeps the car looking pretty slick. So we're hoping that he can make it to 2 without too many more do's. I mean, he's got his rollover out of the way. I don't know what else there is to do. Hopefully he can just plough it, get to pit 2. That'll be another milestone ticked off. Bruno there, very important job, navigation, to keep everybody on the right track, keep them going keep the car going the way it needs to go, and helping Zach navigate through the rocks as well as the desert sections. It looks like they're in pit 2. Looks like they're rolling up on pit 2. I don't know if we can get the pit 2 camera to come on up. It was behaving itself perfectly earlier, so I'm hoping it's going to be behaving itself perfectly now. If we can see the pit 2 camera. It's going to stop at pit 2 or not are going to be another thing, of course. Oh, that he did. I don't know that he went pit 2, but he's back under speed again. I think he just rolled pit 2. There's some latency in my feed that I'm watching for the pit 2. Watch. See Zach's wife Katie there. She's out at pit 2 as well. Hear the radio chatter, which is probably a mistake on my behalf. I should have had a radio that I could have listened or had somebody listen to for me. But like I say, I'm not sure if there's latency in the feed from pit 2 that it's not letting me see the live, because this car is definitely at speed now, and it from out of Bruno's window on the right hand side of the car, it definitely looked like they rolled through pit 2 without stopping. Joe's up there at pit 2 now. He's moved from pit 1 up to pit 2. Jensen's there with his camera. You can't just put a yellow vest on and tell people you're media. It doesn't quite work like that. You have to qualify. You have to have all your documents in order. Get a media credentials. And you can't just make it up, because they actually verify. If you tell them one thing, they're going to verify it. It's not just a pay your money and go deal. It's like everything else, you have to be verified in the system. But King and Amber's organisation want to make sure that you're who you say you are. Why would anybody doubt I'm who I say I was, anyway? So pit 2, we don't know if he went in there or if he went by. I think he went by. I don't think he went in. You know, if everything's running all right with the car, if everything's good, and you have plenty of fuel, why stop? So, no, probably after the excitement down here in pit 1, it'd be a good thing to keep going. People catching on fire all around you, that's not good. Getting back into the rocks again here. Shifter issues there with the car. can't see behind me. I've lost the eyes in the back of my head. I don't. This one. Zach's struggling there with the shifter, not just the shifter, but one of the other shifters that change the ranges and number of wheels driven and all the things. Evidently it's, I don't know why I've been beaten to death for a few hours so far that it's going to make any rolling again, which is a good sign. I like that. I like to see him moving on down the road or moving along down the dusty trail. It looks like Zach is making sure and steady progress through this race. We believe he just rolled right through, gently through remote pit 2. Doesn't appear that he stopped. So that now means that the guys at remote pit 2 that are up there from remote pit 1 will now return from remote pit 2 back to remote pit 1. That's, obviously that's where the car's going to be at next. It sounds easy when you say it like that, and negate to mention that there's horrendous rock trails and lions and tigers hiding in the bushes trying to get you. But it's jolly good to see that it's making his way in this Warn Winch sponsored, Factor55 sponsored, and Gear Shift Garage sponsored 4400 class car. Yeah, somebody else just come down through Hammertown there. Look at that V8 roaring. Zax will be doing the same out there in the lake bed. Makes his way. He's back in this, back on one of the rock trails again. Up here in the higher echelons of Johnson Valley. There's some great views from the race course, of course. Great views from the race course. And the trouble is, when you're racing, you don't get to look at them. When you're pre-running, you can look at them. Not a good idea to look at them when you're actually participating in the race. I am going to leave you with the live feed. I'm going to take a few minute break. Everything seems to be going well with them right now. Remember, this live stream brought to you by the Gear Shift Garage. If you want to track the cars, you can track the cars at trackracecars.com. That's www.trackracecars.com. And follow along. Thanks to Gear Shift Garage for these live streams. And thanks also to Warm Winch and Factor55 for sponsoring this live feed. Gear Shift Garage extravaganza. A helicopter flies by the pit, and I'm going to leave Zach and Bruno being beaten in the 4400 car as they continue their quest in what is the 2026 Race of Kings here at King of the Hammers in Johnson Valley, California. And we'll be right back. Okay, so we back and pick up the action where Bruno is out of the car and obviously enjoying a leisurely trip up a rock somewhere. Obviously in a winching situation. Just see the car moving. That's a good bit about being a co-driver. You get out and stretch your legs every now and then, pulling a little winch rope. So anyway, this live stream brought to you by Gear Shift Garage, Warm Winches and Factor55. Don't forget to go prepared. I was looking down my sleeve to change my shirt. Back with the Savage Racing 2026 King of the Hammers t-shirt. It's got a pretty cool graphics on the back side too, and I have it on good authority that Zach's wife Katie makes all of these for the team, and a lot of the stickers and decals that you go through, especially on a race car, every race, new decals where the rocks tore it all off, scratched your pretty paintwork. So we're out. We're using all of our warm winch gear, our warm winch. Just as the one winch on this car mounted on the front. A lot of the pretty serious rock guys have a winch on the front and a winch on the back. But normally we just need a winch on the front here at King of the Hammers. I know he's out there using that Factor55 recovery gear. This is one of the places that Zach was talking to Bruno about earlier in the week. They decided that they'd just go the one way and just pull a bunch of winch line rather than set several sets where you set the winch up, you winch, and then you go set again and winch, and so go set again and winch. I know they pre-planned a couple of places just to run the winch the whole way, as much winch line as they need to get up and save having to keep resetting. If you get one real good winch point, it'll take your way up, get you out of trouble. That's what they're doing right now, getting out of trouble. So they cruised pit 2 for sure, and didn't worry about stopping there. They're now making their way through the rocks. They'll be back to pit 1. Of course, the difference with the Race of Kings is it's a 3-lap race, not a 2-lap race like everybody else is. They throw in the 3rd lap, throw it in at such a time. There's very little time to pre-run it. Nobody really knows where the 3rd lap is going to. But this way keeps everybody on an even keel and doesn't give anybody necessarily an advantage. So an orange there. Everything is grey and orange. All the pit labels, all the labels on the toolboxes in the pit, Oh, the logos, everything's logoed is grey and orange and white. T-shirts grey and orange. I have a hoodie, couple of hoodies, Zach Savage Racing Team hoodies, and they're both the same colours. Keeps everything coherent and everything looks smart, which is also important. And Zach must be there. There's other cars with Zach as well. So there'll be several people trying to winch at the same time, which always makes life interesting, especially when you're in the race car. So Zach Savage and the owner of Savage Cabinet Company. They specialise in crafting high-end custom cabinets for residential and commercial spaces. Their skilled team of designers and craftsmen are dedicated to bringing you your dream cabinets to life. They use the highest quality materials and pay attention to the smallest detail, which is unusual in today's climate. Just to make sure you get the right cabinets for your home or business. So whether you're looking for a sleek, modern look or a traditional look, they can customize your cabinets to fit your style and needs, where they're passionate about creating a beautiful and functional spaces. So check them out, savagecabinetcompany.com. We're in the rocks, and this is where your fuel system can come into play if you haven't got a reliable delivery to the motor. That's why Zach and the 4400 crew use Elbrock equipment, fueling equipment. They're based in Olive Branch, Mississippi. I know if you've had anything to do with motorsport, you've heard of Comp Cams, Fast, and Russell Performance, Lunatic Power. They're all in that same Elderbrock group. It represents over 130 years of performance. Elbrock, racing towards progress and racing towards success. Check them out, elderbrock.com. They made some leaps and bounds there and a big old bump in this rock section. This is where test of suspension and steering parts. It's courtesy of American Iron Off-Road. Toughest stuff to survive this King of the Hammers course. But if you drive off-road, you need to check out American Iron's off-road ball joint delete kits. Made in America. Quality for Ultra 4 racers, because they depend on American Iron Off-Road. Check them out, AmericanIronOffroad.com. Waiting on Bruno now to get back in the car. Bruno gets back in again, so Zach obviously thinks he's through the worst of that one. yourself situated. It's no mean, easy feat to get back into a race car with got all your safety gear, your harness device, your airline, bit of fresh air. Decided against getting back in, get back out. That's his comms. Falls, yeah, from his helmet and climbs back out the car. So I don't know if Zach's seen something or saw something a little further ahead that he thinks he needs Bruno out of the car again. Like I said earlier, it's the nice thing about being a co-driver. You can always get out and stretch your legs, even if it does mean an uphill walk. Try not to break your leg climbing over the rocks. But that's what King of the Hammers is all about. So just taking, I have to answer some questions that people ask me. I know it's a little rude to be texting and talking at the same time. It's a bit like texting and driving. You shouldn't do that, especially if you've got your car with you. For the money I'm being paid to do this, it's I can do this, I promise. I'm joking, by the way. Glorious thing about being out here in Hammertown itself is that somebody is having their dump tank pumped right behind me. If anybody knows what that smells like, that's what I'm getting right now. Sally doesn't need to run back with lunch too quickly. Like I say, right now we're looking at Zach Savage. We were looking at Bruno, but he's back out the car again. I will imagine he's put, to be honest. Zach's obviously seen something that pulling rope and winch right past it. Direct message from Zach there in the car. He's front locker isn't pulling. Hopefully he's still got four-wheel drive. Just dealing with no locker. Not that he's only got two. It's up in the rocks and working on winching, I would imagine. Remember, this is the 2026 King of the Hammers, where everything you can imagine can happen normally happens. That's the news from the car. Front locker isn't pulling. Like I said, I'm not sure if that means the front locker is isn't engaging, so it's letting one wheel spin out, or if all drive to the front has been negated, which wouldn't be most ideal.
Dude, the transfer case just popped out. I think it was the transfer case that just popped out. Okay, let's see.
Information available. That looks like he's moving again. That might have been the issue he was having earlier. We saw him messing with shifters. Locks are maybe not diff-lockering. This is the 2026 King of the Hammers in Johnson Valley, and this live stream is brought to you by Gear Shift Garage, Warm Winches and Factor 55. Yes, in the middle of nowhere, in a rock trail, there's Zach, and he's struggling a little bit in the rocks with his car. Bruno is not in the car at the moment. Zach is battling on forward. I'm not sure, I think the front locker is not engaging. I believe he still has four-wheel drive, but he doesn't have a front locker. That's the news off of the group text. Might be able to get back to main pit. Still making progress right now. I presume Bruno is behind him somewhere, trying to leg it up.
Hey, what's it on?
Get back with the car. Zach is definitely moving on right now without him. Probably try and find somewhere opportune to stop. Pick his co-driver back up. But those rocks trails are very demanding and an awful lot of work, especially with a big car like this. This is not a small side by side. This is a great big powerful heavy 4400 car. Now, Bruno might have told him just to go and worry about being picked up later. Watching is the in-car from car number 4400 in the 4400 race here in Johnson Valley in the King of the Hammers Race of Kings 2026, the 20th anniversary of King of the Hammers. Who knew? I think it was 15 guys went out in the desert wheeling 20 years ago. And this is what has grown out of that under Mr. Dave Cole's leadership. We are where we are now at King of the Hammers. We hope to see Zach and Bruno back together here in a minute. It's come a long way, Zach, up through that canyon, and I can tell you from experience it's really hard to walk through those rock sections. But if you think this is something your race team would like, get hold of Gearshift Garage at gearshiftgarage.us. Talk to the fellas there, and they can get you set up. They can bring you live stream to your car, as many cameras as you want. Luckily, we've got more than one on this car. We also have that, and we have this in-car. We have one on the front, or faces front. It's not on the front of the car. It faces front, and hopefully we have a technical issue with that one. At least we have this one, so we have some idea of what's going on, which is pretty cool. But Gearshift can give you real-time GPS tracking. They have an app for the racers, combined it with their live stream capabilities, and you get Gearshift Garage, making it happen around the world. And you can find out how incredibly affordable this is to get your team live, as I said, at gearshiftgarage.us. I'm looking over there at my lunch to see what that's going to look like. It's in a black box, so it's probably at least $75. Not sure what that is. It's a big green thing. It's tacos. Tacos and napkins. Street tacos. with lemon. Now, I know you needed to run in commentary on what my dinner was going to be, what lunch was going to be. Oh, that was yours, was it? Okay, I gotcha. Well, so while Zach and Bruno struggle out there in the rocks, I'm going to take another quick break and have something to eat for the second time today. I don't know what the time is, how we're doing on time. It's just coming up to 12:30 here Pacific time in the good old United States of America. Johnson Valley, California. Zach continued to struggle in the rocks a little bit without that front locker, but we'll see. We're going to leave this stream streaming. I'm going to switch my mic off, and we're going to go from we're going to go and have a little lunch. Seems unfair to leave them out there, but I'm sure they're more than capable of recovering themselves. So there you go. We'll be right back after all of this stuff. say it's time to check in. Delta say it's time to check in.
What am I doing?
Bruno's certainly getting the workout this morning, or this afternoon, shall I say now, as time creeps on. There is an issue with the front locker on the car, and that's why they're having to use their winch and Factor55 recovery gear to get them through the trail. This live stream brought to you by Gear Shift Garage, worn winches and Factor55. You have a car where the front diff won't lock. It means that just one wheel, and as soon as it gets onto something tough and you've got rocks the size of your house, it's going to allow one of those front wheels to start spinning instead of gripping, and it's going to hinder you immensely getting up those up and through those rock sections. But, The live stream at the in-car have been faultless this afternoon. And of course, if you think that this is something that your race team needs, and I think every race team does need it, GearShift can bring you this real-time GPS tracking app for racers, combined with the live stream capabilities. GearShift, making it happen around the world. Find out how incredibly affordable it is to get your team live. Just visit gearshiftgarage.us. GearShift Garage is more than a channel, it's a community. Talking of communities, while you're here at Hammertown, wandering around, just having a look-see at stuff, hop in there to the Warm Winch booth, where Justin and the gang will be happy to show you their fine array of winches and worn winches and Factor55 recovery equipment, and tell you about their new releases and stuff that's up and coming. They'll be in the works shortly over there at the Warm Winch and Factor55 booth, right across from the Warm VIP tent and just up from the media tent, and just up. Sorry, I'm watching the live feed from the car, see if I can make out what's going on with Zach and Bruno. Bruno has a handful of winch rope. Not much wiser there. Checked all my, well, I am checking. Looks like you could make it so far, then without that front locker, it's kind of holding him up, which it definitely would do. Especially on some of these trails there. They're not really trails, they're more like rock washes. I mean, the small ones are the size of washing machines. And like I said earlier, the big ones are the size of my favourite vehicle in all the worldwide, Toyota. But luckily we're not dealing with any of them today. We are just in Chevrolet powered Zach Savage built machine, the 4400 car, at the moment hung up in the rocks while Bruno looks for a way up and around it. To be out in the valley. Vicky Thompson's doing everything they can to get him to move up through the trail, but evidently some other technical issue is hampering him. You've got a four-wheel drive and it's only got three-wheel drive. It's going to be a little issue in this terrain. The Raceline wheels holding up good. Performance, design and durability keeps this race car on track. You can check them out at raceline.com. And of course, that motor running sweet and smooth thanks to Elbrock, based in Olive Branch, Mississippi. and they represent over 130 years of performance. Winners equip their car with Edelbrock components. Race towards progress, race towards success. Edelbrock.com. Get the old American Iron Off-Road. Suppliers of suspension and steering parts on this car are more than capable of dealing with the king of the hammers. And if you drive off-road, you need to check out American Iron's off-road ball joint delete kits. Find all the information you need about them on AmericanIronOffroad.com. Bruno left the car with a handful of rope earlier. It looks like he's pulling the car over a little, get him out of where the car ended up. Either high-centered or just stuck, which wasn't ideal. Cleared a little bit now across the desert from where I'm sitting. It was like a low-lying fog earlier. A lot of people have quit moving around. Bruno repositioning his winch rope. Some more forward motion. So some of these rocks are absolutely massive. They just swallow a whole Mickey Thompson tyre up. Evidently everything else is fine in the car. The motor seems to be running great, but just lacking a little traction on it. I'm not sure if it's going to try and limp out there to remote pit 2. Let them have a look, see what they think. Sure where he is exactly on the course right now. Very frustrating when you're sitting in a race car. Only I know time is ticking away. people come by you and all the other things. To do is get moving, and Bruno's obviously out of the car doing his best to get that to happen. From the reflection in Zach's sunglasses, it doesn't look like they have too far to go to get up this hill. Going down through rocks can be just as tricky as well as going up, but a lot of the time it's a little easier because gravity is your friend, unlike earlier when gravity wasn't his friend and put it on its side in the short course. But besides that, let's hope he can get up over this, out of this section. Going again. I know the car's moving because the camera's shaking. And it's pretty violent when you're up here winching out of the rocks. Can be a little tricky, and sometimes the co-driver can see things a little differently from what you can in the driver's seat. The co-driver can see the whole picture, and you sit there wondering what the heck he was thinking. But normally it's a good time to sit back and listen to your co-driver and just get it figured out. Takes a lot of teamwork in this situation to get you unstuck. Cruised by pit 2 earlier on in the race. I'm thinking this time he'll be surely stopping at pit 2. So this live feed brought to you by Gear Shift Garage, warm winches and a Factor55. All the good stuff that's also on this car. This is the 2026 Race of Kings. Bruno back. The drink. It's a lot of hard work, especially with the crash helmet, full race suit, and all your safety gear. Back off rock climbing, literally. Find him another winch point. In some cases, there are some winch points that have been laid out by the course workers, marshals, to let you. So they're there already. You don't have to go lassoing rocks, but they. I don't think there's anything like that up through this section. Do nothing but sit and wait. It's going to be a bit of a waiting game while Bruno gets his stuff lined out. Been through this a couple of times now. If you want to track them, see where they are, you can do that at www.trackracecars.com. See where they are in Johnson Valley. 2026 King of the Hammers Race of Kings. like they've still got their cheery faces on. Well, Bruno does. Can't really see Zach's. There's Sparko seats, keeping them nice and comfy, safe and secure. Looks like Bruno is doing some work out there. So it's certainly warmed up since since this morning. I'm not sure what the temperature is right now here in Johnson Valley. I don't know if my temperamental iPhone will let you know. 71 degrees. It drops back to 40 degrees tonight. We will be off of the lake bed tonight. Zach and the team will clear the lake bed tomorrow and start their long drive home back to Greenville, South Carolina. It's a very popular spot. A lot of famous people from Greenville, South Carolina, none of which I know, but I'm sure there is. What I'm going to do is I'm going to wander up to main pit 1 and see if we can glean any more information as to what's going on with the car. I know the guys were out of pit 2 and they were coming back. Haven't seen any of those guys back here yet. I'm going to go up to pit 1 and see if I can find someone. Just remember this live stream brought to you by Gear Shift Garage, Warn Winches and Factor55. Go prepared. Absolutely go prepared. Anyway, we will be right back after all these things. Right, well, I walked up to pit 1 and there's nobody there. They're all at pit 2. But I do have news. On my WhatsApp feed, somebody very kindly sent me the front locker is broken and they're three-wheeling, easy to say when you're not trying to say it, three-wheeling from wherever that happened on. And also when I commented earlier on the car about the colours, the orange colour is for Clemson, Zach's dad Donny, Mr. Donny Savage. That information came from him. Hey Donny. What an afternoon to be out on the rocks. But as you would have noticed, the feed has gone from the in-car to the out-car. So we can actually see Bruno having a sandwich and a light snack. No, he's not really. He's working on winching, getting that car out of that canyon. Looks like there's 1 or 2 rocks in the way. Does keep stalling a little, but can't really be surprised when they're that deep in a canyon, and can't expect it to work perfectly all the time. 4475 is also there, and who's going to sleep well tonight is Bruno. It looks like there is a winch point right behind it. Right behind Bruno there, you can see there's a big orange, it looks like a big orange strap round a wrapped round a rock with a sling on it. Give these guys somewhere to race off of, and that's what's holding them up. It's not been able to use the full 4-wheel drive. They've only got like 3-wheel drive. It's the best way of putting it. The rear wheels, both the rear wheels are turning, but only one of the front. And the differential's going to take it in turns as to which one that's going to be, and you have no control over it without that locker. And the locker is what's parted ways on the front of this 4400 car. Don't forget, this live stream brought to you by Gearshift Garage, Warm Winches, and Factor55. So if you think that your race teams are needing this sort of live streaming, I know you probably need the tracking, as proven in the UTV race on Thursday. Thanks to Gearshift and their tracking, the results were amended on the UTV race. So that was a good thing. Absolutely awesome thing. So from Ferraris to Rolls Royces, rally cars to race cars, and for all motorheads, Gearshift's bringing you this live extreme extravaganza. Real-time GPS tracking. They have an app for racers combined with the live stream capabilities. Gearshift making it happen around the world. Find out how incredibly affordable, and it really is, to get this on your team and to turn your team into a live stream team with the dream team at Gearshift Garage. You can find out all you need to find out at gearshiftgarage.us. Gearshift Garage is more than a channel, it certainly is a community. So there, Bruno has certainly earned his light refreshment this evening. Absolutely. It is a lot of work being a co-driver. It's a lot of work being a driver too, but being the co-driver in this situation in the rocks, it's a lot of work, as you can see. Luckily he's fit and can skedaddle around these rocks here out at Hammers without too much of a thing. We did see him gasping on the camel pack. The camel pack is a device that's mounted in the car. Normally two of them, one for the driver and one for the co-driver, because I only have neat vodka in mine. My co-driver only likes Dr. Pepper. But I'm sure on a serious note, they actually have hydration fluid in their camel packs. And it is nice to hit them when you've been out there. You can't really open a can of Coke out there in the valley, shower in it rather than drink it. So we mount camel packs up in the car so that you can get some drink and help ward off the effects of dehydration. Looks like the nice gentleman from the 4475 is helping Bruno out. Bruno, of course, famous for his Datsun jump earlier in the week. It was Monday or might have been Sunday, I can't remember. Out here in Johnson Valley, it was a fantastic video. Check out the Off-Road Worldwide website. You'll see where I posted the video of him in his Datsun just gently cruising around the desert. It's really worth a look. It's a pretty cool video, and great people. Him and the whole of his family. Sergio was racing yesterday in the Jeep, the 4600 class, the 4655 car, and Bruno's brother Sergio. They had a great time. Justin was the co-driver. Justin from the Warm Winch people. He was Sergio's co-driver, and then Sergio's brother Bruno today is Zach's co-driver, with all the experience that he has in racing in general. He's been out, done some Dakar, done some Baja 1000ing, and of course done some hammering here at King of the Hammers. So they're getting ropes everywhere. Not sure why the 4475 is broken. But he sure is sitting there too. Got quite a ways away to get up to the top of this, to get out of where they are, out of this rock-ridden ravine. Can't say that on a Sunday afternoon. Good job it's only Saturday. So Zach then, probably chilling in the car right now. Can't really go anywhere till Bruno gets his stuff set up. So we'll just be a good and opportune time, not just to mention, but to actually talk about the Savage Cabinet Company, where they specialise in crafting high-end custom cabinets for residential and commercial spaces. Whether you're looking for a sleek, modern look or a traditional, authentic, we customise your cabinets to fit your style and needs. We are passionate about creating a beautiful and functional spaces. and can't wait to help you create your own ideal cabinets. Check them out at savagecabinetcompany.com. So obviously, as a business owner, Zach is the major sponsor here on the car, along with Mickey Thompson Tyres. That's the world famous Mickey Thompson tyre brand. Been going since 1963. Born of the old short course racing, the Mickey Thompson series. For those that were mentioned, remember that. And Mickey Thompson, their logo, of course, is always stand on the gas. So we haven't been standing on the gas much. We've been more like reeling in the winch line is what we're doing right now. But you can check Mickey Thompson Tyres out there at mickeysthompson.com, mickeysthompsontyres.com. And of course they got them wrapped around their race line wheels. They're absolute leaders in technology of lightweight and high strength wheels that can stand the punishment of a race like this, the world's toughest off-road race. And as you can see from the video that's being streamed to you, it's pretty serious off-road right there. So check them out at raceline.com. And of course the car running perfectly with the L-Rock systems, company based in Olive Branch, Mississippi, not too far away from where SBC Racing Team is located in Arkansas. Sounds like a million miles away, but it's not. Member of the Elbrock Group, which includes Comp Cams, Fast, Russell Performance and Lunatic Power, representing over 130 years of experience. Winners equip their cars with Elbrock components, race towards progress and race towards success. You can of course check all them out as I throttle myself in my cable at elbrock.com. Hopefully none of this is being lost in the translation. You never know. American Off-Road Iron suspension suppliers to this car too. Steering parts, more than capable of dealing with the king of the hammers. If you drive off-road, check out Iron's off-road ball joint delete kits. Made in America quality, Ultra 4 racers depend on American Iron. And you can check them out at AmericanIronOffroad.com. We have another car, the 4480. Trying to get past now. This can be an issue. You're tied up in your winch rope that you've just spent half an hour laying out. Hopefully I'll be able to pass through. Without too much trouble. Yukon gear and axle, built to perform and built to last. Yukon ring and pinion sets engineered for high torque and high demand. Yukon, you also have master overhaul kits and gear kits. And with Yukon gear and axle, you can master any terrain with lockers and differentials. And here's an example of what happens when you don't have lockers in your differentials. Steering parts and tools they have, you can get the job done right. Axles and parts and live tech support. You can chat with an expert, not just somebody in a cubicle in a different country. You can check them out at yukongear.com. Of course, warm winches. We talked about them a lot earlier, but we'll talk about them again right now. Whilst we wait for Zach to get out of his predicament. So warm winches then. Let's have a look at their legacy. Their legacy is built on early innovation, military-grade reliability, a long-term part support, which I've definitely witnessed here this week, and winches that actually survive the abuse. Warner also known for the Xeon series high-end sealed lightweight winches. The VR series affordable but capable. There's synthetic rope and advanced weather sealing and IP ratings in their products. All winches are still commonly used in rock crawling, overlanding, king of the hammering, recovery teams, and I've seen some of the equipment that they have for the military and industrial applications, and my gosh, it really is quite impressive. So Warm Winches and Factor55 have a huge booth out here on the lake bed. Fantastic looking setup. All the equipment, and Gaz and Justin's team in there more than willing to help you. If you have any queries or questions, you can get them answered there with them at the Warm Winch booth. The Warm Winch and Factor55 corral out there right across from the Warm VIP tent, funnily enough, and directly next to the media tent. Tent is not really doing the media thing much justice, as free Wi-Fi for media. It's where all the guys and girls go with those fluorescent jackets and numbers, and they take care of them in there. Monster supply cold drinks in there. It's a refrigerator in there for the media to get their cold drinks, and there's a viewing area outside of the short course, which is a pretty good place to stand and watch them line up for the race. When they get goaded, before they start, they're all lined up around there. It's a great atmosphere. The 4480 has moved up, but not gone. Bruno's going up there, give him a slap. Tell him to hurry up. No, we're being patient. Absolutely. You can see the difficulty of this rock section. .480 there. He's going to wedge himself right where our car, the 4400 car, would like to go. It looks like the 4480 has got past. Out of the way. Bruno getting some great help there from the 4475 car team. Obviously we have no idea what's the matter with them. We know that our car is slightly wounded. with the front locker not wanting to do lockering. Just giving us a 3-wheel drive situation. Bruno's got rope going everywhere. You can see him pointing to Zach which way he wants Zach to turn the wheel. Get set. Hopefully get this car winched up over these big huge rocks. And that way continue. Again. That's people. That's how many people on the whole of this course. That is just how many people are at this one little spot. So there's people up there taking pictures, videos and films and colouring in books and all sorts of things up there watching these cars. They got themselves a good perch point. Thought they were funny looking rocks because they kept moving, and the only rocks that move are normally dead. That's what a man told us. One year we went out here and our rock started moving. He said it was a dead one and we needed to find a live one that was still growing. So Mr. Keith found a live one and we winched on that instead. And sure enough, it was still growing. It didn't move. But I believe that green car that went by just now is also another wounded car. Obviously, I don't know why. Here comes Bruno back with the rope. If you're wondering why it's stalling a little, you see how deep they are in this gully. That's why. Starlink's having a little trouble getting back with it. Hopefully it'll reboot, come back into the stream. There are so many people streaming off of this. It's absolutely amazing. Reply to also text me on the WhatsApp, on the full-blown interwebs. If there's anything else hitting the feeds. First thing that shows up on my feed is Short Circuit Racing, who officially finished third in class in their first ever King of the Hammers. That's a bunch of guys over there from Wales, which is a country adjoined to England. It's not England, it's Wales. And if you wonder what they do in Wales, they make a lot of sheep. That's what they do. But they bought a car, not really sight unseen, but they bought a proven race car and they decided that they were going to enter enter King of the Hammers, and Dave Cole over there at the Cole Ranch was kind enough to be able to help them out in that situation. So they came, they raced, and they conquered, like the Welsh need to do, and how they enjoy doing even. I have it on good authority. The guys at Pit 2 have received new winch line and waiting on race car to put it on. So evidently one of those rocks climbed through the winch line, and that's why Bruno is out of the car. You saw him messing around with a bunch of rope. Obviously got sliced off during one of their winching things. So if they can get the car to pit 2, they can rewind the winch with the brand new warm winch Factor 55 recovery gear unit, and get the car back on the way. They don't obviously need full four-wheel drive in the desert, but you sure do need full four-wheel drive up here in these rocks. I can't remember this trail as to remember to have any idea of how much further they've got in the rocks, but it's all relevant really. It's a timed race. You only have so many hours to compete. Obviously it's adjusted time because not everybody leaves the line at once. This isn't King of the Motos. This is the Race of Kings. Have some decorum at the Race of Kings when they leave the line, normally 2 at a time, 30-second intervals. Sometimes it's a minute interval depending on the conditions. But that's the upshot of that. So let's hope he's out of that worst bit. Now the car that overtook him is blocking him. And I can't make out what would be wrong with this car in front of him, why he's stalled there like that. But this would be a good time to remind you that this live stream is obviously brought to you by Gearshift Garage, because that's where you're watching it. Gearshift Garage, Horn winches and Factor 55 recovery equipment. And the car, of course, sponsored by Savage Cabinet Company and a plethora of great sponsors, including Mickey Thompson Tyres, Baseline Wheels, L. Brock, and I can't turn my page. L. Brock, American Iron Off-Road, and Yukon Gear and Axle. It's the 19 now. Cuts across in front. Bruno's like, where are you going? But with a accent. But not an English accent, a Peruvian accent. So where's that guy going? Now the green car is actually moved up a little. I don't see a lot of hand waving, but I don't think he's got any winch out. He might be having transmission trouble. Who knows? Bruno patiently waiting. Not sure what we're waiting on, but he's waiting. here at Hammers. It's a long day in that race car that goes by very, very, very quickly. It's a lot of work on everybody's behalf. Everybody is out here pulling. Everybody in this team is pulling for that one car, that 4400 numbered Jeep Special, maybe. Not sure. It's got a Jeep, fiberglass Jeep front and a fiberglass Jeep hood. So you could call it a Jeep. Really look much like a Jeep, but it's a good-looking car. Grey and orange. Yes, sir. It's a good look for it. Now that other, he found his own line. The other guy that cut across in front of Zach just now, which is perfectly acceptable. He has found his own line off there to the left-hand side of the green car that is stuck in front of Zach, and has gone banging off up the hill to the left. Now, I don't know if Zach's going to try and the same move, or Bruno's going to move the winch line. It's winching again. That warm winch pulling that huge car. Now you can see what size rocks we have strewn up through here. So he's got him out of that one. Fixing to go get him into the next one. But that's one of those winch points I was talking about earlier on. It's been put out there courtesy of Warned Winches. A recovery point there. Green car is up and checked out by the looks of it. Hopefully checked out in any case. More messages. See what is what? Let's see if we've got any more news. Do appreciate the support. Today of the people that tuned in and listened to this Gear Shift Garage Warned Winch Factor 55 last stream extravaganza. Yesterday we did the same thing with a kind of different result. Today the result has been a lot better than yesterday's, which is good. And the next time we do it, I'm sure it will improve again. I know I have a list now. But this is fabulous to be able to watch these two guys struggle to get a place up through this rock-strewn canyon. .4401 comes into view. tyres, look. Racing against Zach. They've been held up on other parts of the course, had issues, broke something, wheel fell off, co-driver fell asleep, whatever, and there's catching each other up now in the rocks. I say once you get in the desert, it's flat out and hold on. These rocks are a whole different ball game. Of course, once you're kind of held up in the rocks, people are going to overtake, and then they're going to hold you up. So it's a patient waiting game. Doing his best not to get run over by the 4401. Watch out, Bruno. Not that you can hear me, but that car is trying to give it some welly to get it up out of there. The green car stopped again at the top of the hill. I don't know what's, like I say, I don't know where that goes, what that drops off into. Bruno says, thanks very much, I'll have a rest. 401. It's going to end up. Getting stuck. Like I said, I walked down to pit 1 earlier. Everybody has gone up to pit 2. Pounce on the car as soon as it arrives there. The time now is just nearly nearly bang on close to 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock p.m. Pacific time here in Johnson Valley. As you see some people in the crowd throwing Bruno a water bottle, and that's what the people are like here in King and Hammers. It's all just one big happy family. A couple of idiots here and there, but most of it is just good off-road fun. People that like to actually do off-road, and people that like to come and watch off-road. No yanking that rope. Not for the first time today. Co-driver this race, especially in a situation like this when your car is not 100%. You have basically 3-wheel drive, and you definitely need 4. And that is something that they're dealing with right now. Bruno hooking her up again for another winch. Zach is taking up the line. He's going to follow Bruno's instructions. And you can see how the rope can get cut on those rocks when they slide over them like that. Just needs one. One little sharp rock, and your winch line's cut. Bruno giving his directions to Zach now. Again, it's going to be pretty au fait with the directions business by the end of this climb. Is very frustrating from the driver's point of view. Sitting in the car, basically nothing you can do. The good thing is it's the right way up. Some people are sitting in their car going, can you turn me up the other way? This is King of the Hammers. I'm upside down. But in this situation, we're on all 4 wheels. Everything else is working fine. We've just lost a little traction. So we're going to continue to follow this intrepid duo on their journey with this live stream brought to you by Gearshift Garage, Warn Winches and Factor55, sponsors of today's live stream. Live Stream Plus, we're going to call it. I've just named it Live Stream Plus. Yes, Live Stream Plus. But if you don't want the plus, you can still contact Gearshift Garage at gearshiftgarage.us and get your team out here streaming and use their tracking too. I think you might find the tracking is a really useful tool to have in your kit. Ask the guy that won the UTV class on Thursday. If he hadn't have had it, he wouldn't be the winner. Make of that what you will. Do your own research, but it shows you that not everything is infallible, but maybe the Gearshift Garage tracking system is. That's all I'm going to say about that. So, we're moving a little slowly. People in the crowd are making sandwiches and having nice lemonade drinks, I assume. But they mustn't assume too much. Hopefully we can get to the top of this climb and Bruno can take a bit of a break as they come down the other side. Like I said earlier, gravity's on his side. And the man from Peru is certainly going to be able to eat some marmalade later this evening when he gets back to camp. The Pinillos crew, over 35 strong in that group. Their own cook and cook trailer. Oh, it must be luxury to be on that team. And but all of them are obviously volunteers, helpers, family, and that's what it takes to get you through a King of the Hammers event like this, especially when your feet are in the fire, you're trying to get out of this gosh darn it canyon. And wow, we are looking at the sky here. We must be standing on the rear bumper. The 44, car number 4400 must be standing on its bum, if you can say that, on its rear end. There you go. That's a lot more polite. The 4400 car, I say, is standing on its rear end, don't you know? And Bruno, just for a change, is pulling winch line. I've lost my bearings a little bit as to where he has ended up. Lost the feed for a second there. He's obviously moved up the hill. He's carrying more rope than the Lone Ranger. But he's in the hunt for a large growing rock, which is always handy. Just make sure you get one that's still growing. If you get a dead one, you'll put it down on top of you and kill yourself. So we don't want that happening, Mr. Bruno. Find a growing rock, great big one. Lasso that thing. Let's get this 4400 car up the top of the hill. Please. Please, sir. I think the desert is starting to affect me. But it's time for me to crack open another monster drink. It's what keeps everybody going. Fortunately, I can't actually open them the way they put their ring pulls on. So it must be sitting on its rear end, I'm sure, to be in that situation. But you can see how deep this canyon is. Gotta open it somehow. Thank you. Strawberry snot. Oh, shot. Strawberry shot. Wow. Pow, wow. Yeah. It's got all the strawberries in it, but no sugar. And it gives you energy too, it said on the packet. Okay, we're lassoed. Looks like he's actually making his own headway there. But it looks like he's coming up to a pinch point. There's got another car there off to his left. Bruno in his brand new fancy race suit, worn racing, very proudly declared on the front. He got new shoes too for this event. He was a very happy man when he got a big box of goodies the other day and opened them up. Saw all the stuff he was getting. New race suit, new booties. So, but that's all part of the safety gear. Here at Hammers, cars obviously have to get inspected to start with, and you have to have a band that's in date, what they call a band, which is like a big hose clamp, Jubilee clip seal. It goes on the car with a date on it. It's valid for this long, 1 year or 2 years or whatever it is. And then, of course, then you have to go through tech and contingency, which is basically driving up and down all the vendor rows here in Johnson Valley and getting inspected by different technicians to make sure that the car is indeed up to a very high standard with your roll cages, fire extinguishers and fire suits and socks and undies and everything that has to be fireproof, which is very important. As there was an incident earlier this week involving flames, and everybody had all the right equipment, and no persons were hurt or injured in any way, just because they had the right equipment and some quick thinking people around that are aware of what can happen. And then earlier today, of course, the one incident in the pit, out there, main pit, where they also had a marshmallow time. I think they got it out before they got the marshmallows out, but again, if it hadn't been for safety equipment and proper procedures, it would have been an incident. But as it was, it wasn't. Just a little flame up, and everything dealt with in a truly professional manner, no less than what you would expect here at King of the Hammers. So we've, at the moment, we've lost the feed from the car. That was last seen moving actually under its own steam, having winched a little. It had moved up through that rock trail a bit, and hopefully getting close to the end of it. I know Bruno hopes it's close to the end of the rock trail. Who knows? We will see. Just checking, see if we have any. Let's see if we have any more news. Right now we don't, and we know the car is making its way to remote pit 2, and we know that this live stream is brought to you, the great folks at Gearshift Garage. It's not just a website, it's not just a channel, it's not even just a live stream, it's a community. Yes, if you need to find out what's going on, and if you think you need, and you do need, to get live streaming with tracking and data tracking, up-to-date instant tracking, you go to gearshiftgarage.us and see the kind folks there. It's very affordable to get your team up there live streaming. Now you can show your mum and everybody that you're how you're going to spend your inheritance. That wasn't very nice, really, was it? But anyway, no, call the guys, see them on that on the website, and get streaming. It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And the good folks at Warn Winches, out there in their huge trailer tent, out there, huge display with all the winches and ropes and everything else you need from Warn and Factor55, who purchased Factor55 a couple of 3 years ago, maybe longer, And Factor 55, they're of course going from strength to strength with their safety orientated recovery gear. And this, of course, is me, Martin Duffy, on an afternoon stroll from my hometown of Jonesboro, Arkansas, out here having a ball at the King of the Hammers 2026 20th anniversary event and live streaming on the old Gear Shift Garage live feed. This was Zach's idea, so you can all blame him. I wouldn't recommend blaming him this afternoon when he finally gets out of the car, though. Don't do that. Just send congratulatory texts and WhatsApps and emails. So, but it's a long way to go yet, and we're just waiting maybe for the live feed to come back to see how he's doing. Right now, we hope he's doing good. We know the guys at Pit 2 have got a new winch rope for him. If he can get there, that'll make life a little easier. But it looked like Bruno was doing a great job coping with what he had, and that's where an experienced co-driver really does come into play. It's a hard job navigating as it is, and when you have to navigate and pull winch and direct the driver and everything else, it's an enormous amount of work for the co-driver, and a lot of times the co-drivers don't get enough praise. The driver takes all the credit, but with this team, it's not like that. Everybody gets credit. Doesn't matter how heroic your part of the team is. Everybody gets credit. Everybody works together, and it's an amazing group. Savage Racing Team, an amazing group to be associated with, and we've done nothing but enjoy our time here on the lake bed with them. They've been so gracious to us, and helped us out getting set up to bring you this stream. It's truly been a lot of fun. Lot of fun. So we hope he's making his way to Pit 2 to make some temporary repairs. Who knows? They might even be able to get the front locker working again. Oh no, that's quite a big job to pull it out of that car, but he's still got four-wheel drive as such. He doesn't have the locking capability, which is makes it a lot of work for the rest of the car to be able to put a lot of stress on the rest of the car when it's not all working in harmony. So we're going to take a short break so that and drink this drink properly and get wired before continuing. So we'll be right back after all of these things.
Hey guys, Trevin here, Gear Shift Garage, and I want to share with you guys what the team at Gear Shift has been working on for the last year. So, a couple of really cool things is Gear Shift Garage is not just a YouTube channel. We're not just social media content. We've been developing now, and we're finally proud to announce Gear Shift Garage live streaming. And what we've developed and what we are bringing to the market is essentially the ability for any racer to live stream in-cab footage of their race that will be broadcast on Gear Shift Garage Live and then indexed in the Gear Shift Garage website. So let's say, for example, I'm racing and my family wants to tune in and see my in-car, in-cab footage. They can go to the website, they can click on the race division, what class and when the race is going to be, click on my number, and that live stream will take them right to that live stream so they can watch the in-cab view. We're really excited, and this thing has a ton of traction. We have so many people excited to use this feature. So to add a little bit of context, to be able to live stream on YouTube, you need to have, I believe, 50 subscribers, something like that. And it's not available for everyone. Not everybody is a YouTube person. Not everyone's great with technology. We not only are going to provide the platform, but we are going to provide the devices. So you'll be able to rent the devices or buy the devices from us. They'll ship to you. You put them in the car, or we're going to show up to a race, or a race director is going to purchase these things. We're going to put these in the cabs of all the vehicles, and then we're going to essentially live stream. And again, you'll have the ability as a viewer to go online, figure out who you want to watch, and look directly from the cab and see, get that point of view race experience from inside the car. Now, along with that, we've also developed a tracking app. Now, this tracking app, currently there's only a few tracking apps that are out there. Every race truck has to have a device that straps to the truck, and then as they race, it pings with these checkpoints that tell you on a map where the vehicles are. Now, they don't update really fast or anything like that. We're using GPS technology, and we're thinking forward here, and we've developed an app that essentially is going to allow you, the viewer, again, to track these vehicles in real time as quickly as it can update. So it is the fastest using GPS technology that we can update. Racers can use this, their pit crew can use this, announcers can use this, anyone can use this. It's going to give you a real-time view of who's in what place, what direction they're going, how fast they're going, what car number is there, and we have a bunch of really cool things that are going to go along with that we're really excited to debut. So these kind of work together hand in hand. We'll also, the streaming side of things will also have the tracking app built into it, so you won't have to worry about that. But we're really excited, and there's so many uses for this, both of these apps that we've been working on. And so that'll give all racers and all people an opportunity to live stream. And one of the things that we noticed is that King of the Hammers, for example, there are sections where when the driver leaves, you don't see them again, right? And then as a family member or a spouse or something like that, or a parent, you may not see them and not have an update as if they've fallen off a mountain, if they've crashed, if they're going the wrong direction. And this way you'll be able to track them. And if they have the live stream, you'll be able to look directly out the cab window and see where they're at, what they're doing, and how they're getting along. This is gonna kind of change the way that we see racing, right? Having the ability to know exactly where our crew member is or our teammate is, it's just gonna take people to the next level. So we're super excited to announce Gear Shift Garage Live, and we're gonna debut it. We're actually headed to Ensenada next week to showcase this thing, and both the tracking side and the live stream side. So stay tuned for the live streaming. We're going to do our first kind of live stream on our drive down. I'm flying into Vegas. I'm going to meet my partner, Sean, and we're going to go live on the drive, and we're going to answer questions and talk about what this is and why it's so important. Then when we get there in Ensenada, we're going to try to outfit 10 trucks, and then they'll live stream the Baja 500. Now, again, this is We're utilizing YouTube, so it all live streams through Gearshift Garage's YouTube, and then the Gearshift Garage website allows us to index those so you can easily find your racer who you're looking for. Again, we've been developing this for a long time. We still have a long way to go. We have a ton of different ideas for this that would allow you, again, maybe in real time, to switch between drivers, to do picture in picture. There's a lot of really cool things here that are in the works. So if you guys want to be a part of the beta test, if you guys are excited about this, drop a comment, DM us. We'll get you on the list. Right now, we have so many people excited about this, it's kind of hard to keep up. So we're trying to scale as quickly as we can. We're using some devices. We're using Android technology and some devices to make this all happen. And we just can't get hardware fast enough. So we're currently working on that. We'll keep you guys posted as we go forward, but we're really, really excited about what we have to bring you. Be sure to stay tuned for the live. And again, if you're interested, DM us and comment on this video, put your name in the hat. We certainly want to cover as many different kinds of race genres and give accessibility to people as possible. Thanks.
Man, what a day, what a day! Day. We're in the mountains on a race course. Fall likes to give you the challenges and this. It's like you can really enjoy this. Let the fall join the rocky, rough terrain. Then you get fun stuff like this.
And we finally have done it. We've successfully beta tested a few races. We've live streamed over 27 hours straight on one of these things, and so we're gearing up to release these to the public to sell them. And what you're going to get is you're going to get a device like this. So this is an Android device, comes with a mount on it, comes with our software. The reason why we have to provide the device is we also have some remote software that allows us to get in the phone so we can actually troubleshoot. We can push live streams, we can stop the stream. And so we can help you guys through anything you need remotely. So that's why we need to provide the devices. In your kit, you're going to get a device, you're going to get a mount, an arm, and then you're going to get a cage mount with 2 clamps. And so that fits any size cage, depending on what size clamp you need and what size roll bar you have. I've already mounted the roll bar mount to the rear of this side-by-side. I recommend putting these in the back so you kind of get that view of the driver, co-driver out the front window. I've noticed, or we've noticed, that people who mount them up front tend to get some debris, mud on them, and then the lens gets blurry and you can't see anything and you're constantly wiping it off. So definitely recommend trying to mount it kind of as far back and out of the elements as possible. The kit comes with 2 cords. You're going to get a USB to USB-C, and you're going to get a USB-C to USB-C. So whatever you have for power, you're going to want to run that cord and plug it in. These phones will last 4-ish hours streaming. We've seen 6 hours streaming, but definitely recommend plugging a cord into it. Don't have to, but that's a risk that's on you. Once you get your kit open, get everything, you're going to get your phone, and I'm going to walk you through how to set this up. All right, so in your kit, you have the phone. You're gonna turn it on, make sure that it's charged, please. First things first is we need to get it connected to your Wi-Fi. And it can be anything from a hotspot to a Starlink. Obviously, if it's a racetrack, you're gonna have Starlink. All right, so there's two ways to do this. You can either scroll straight down and hold the Wi-Fi button, or you can go up and hit settings. So we're just gonna scroll down and hold Wi-Fi. We're gonna scan for Wi-Fi networks. In our case, we are connected to Sway Guest. We went ahead, clicked it, put in the password, and hit connect. We're already connected, so now that you're connected, that's all you need to do. Then you're gonna click the stream button. Once you're in here, you need to register. It's a one-time registration, and then you'll be able to log in. This is so it can keep track of you as a racer and what series you're in. And you're gonna use that username and password to log in. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna go to test. We're gonna select race. We're gonna go to the Molly Nipple Run UTV Turbo. We're gonna put in our name. You can do first and last and car number, whatever that is, and hit done. We're gonna save that to our profile, and now it's gonna give us a preview. That preview is what you're gonna use to mock the phone up. So we're gonna go ahead and mock this up. And we already have our mount. So we're gonna mock it up here. I'm gonna get this loosely tight, enough to hold it in place, and then we're gonna make sure that this has got a good view for us, which I think I like that view. So that's gonna give us a view of the driver and the co-driver. You're gonna be able to see shifting and everything. Obviously in the YXZ, if it's any higher, you're just gonna get the roof. So we're gonna go ahead and tighten the crap out of this. And then once we're ready to go, it's as simple as pushing start stream. So we're gonna hit start stream, and now we're streaming, and that's it, guys. You're gonna just leave the phone alone, you leave the device alone, leave it plugged in. You don't have to, even if you shut it off or your Starlink disconnects for a minute, or you have to pull the negative battery cable in the car to do work, as soon as you plug it in and the Starlink comes back on, we're reconnected back to the same URL. And so that's where the stream is gonna go. The stream is gonna stream on Gearshift Garage. And if you go to Gearshift Garage's website and hit watch live stream, this stream is gonna pop up, and every other stream that's streaming that has our device is gonna be on the same page. So are you sure you wanna stop live stream? You're gonna hit yes when you're done, and it's done. And it's that simple. You're gonna close the phone and you're done. It's really that easy, guys. Then store the phone the next time, or device, the next time you go racing, you're gonna log in, or you're gonna go into that app, and you're just gonna select the next race that you're a part of in those drop-down menus and hit start stream again. All right, guys, so you're gonna go ahead and go on to gearshiftgarage.us. You're gonna go on to watch live stream. It's gonna show you current live streams with some drop-downs, and you're gonna select the series and the type of racing that whoever you're following is doing, and it will bring up their stream. Once it's up, feel free to click on it. You can either watch it in that window, or you can go directly to YouTube and watch it from there. Our devices also track. So once you're streaming and once the device is in the car, you're tracking as well. So go ahead and go to gearshiftgarage.us and click live map tracking. Let's find ours. There's a test one in this particular case, and it's going to show the GPX file, the race route, and our driver. Once we click on our driver, we can select follow. It'll stay with him the whole time. Or if he's streaming live, we can click watch live, and that will also take you to the watch live page.
Okay, we got to debut one more cool thing that this device and application can do that I don't think any other streaming app or box can do. So, excuse me while it's a little bumpy. We can literally yank the device off and stream. So let's say you're in an extended pit stop, pulling an engine out and replacing it in the middle of a race. Yank this camera off, set it aside, let the viewers watch the whole thing, top to bottom. Yep. Coming to a race near you. If you're interested, give Gear Shift Garage a shout. Look at that view. Woo. Then, so yank the live stream setup off. Let's stick it right back on the car without ever losing the feed. Boom. Mounted back. How's that for quick and easy?
Hey guys, thanks for watching. Thanks for all the support. Thank you to everyone who has made this possible. Following the videos, liking, subscribing, sharing the content. We really appreciate it. For those of you who are wondering how you get your hands on one of these, stay tuned on gearshiftgarage.us. They will be for sale. They're coming soon. You'll be able to purchase them. They'll ship right to your house, and you'll have the kit. In the meantime, make sure you have a Starlink. Get that set up, get it mounted. Make sure you have some a good plate to mount that on top of your rig, and then we should have product up here very shortly for you guys to start using. And we're very excited. And again, just thank you for all the support to be able to make this happen.
Touch the car while they're fueling. If not, you just stand off till fueling is done. One man will be on the extinguisher. So we'll walk them in. We'll throw the cone on to get them stopped. I'll start looking around. Christian and Sean are going to be on fuel. Casey will start looking around, and we'll figure out what we need or don't need, anything they ask for.
And then send them off.
And then we'll send them off.
Okay, here we go.
Head into lap 2.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yep.
I want to be done.
I'm not gonna let you quit.
You're not
you got this.
No, we do.
Nope.
We got a lot of people rooting for you, man. Not even part of your team, but random people.
Finish this race, bitch.
Amazon seller, we'll take over your PPC ads and increase your sales without increasing your ad spend within the first 30 days or you don't pay. Meaning, we'll take over your existing campaigns and optimize them to make them perform better. We'll also fix the click-through rate and conversion rate issues that are holding back the performance of all your campaigns. And then we'll spin up new campaigns in a specific sequence that allows you to increase sales leanly without dramatically jacking up ad spend. We're also going to optimize your campaigns for lifetime value rather than just the first purchase like most brands and agencies do. And if we don't achieve higher sales without higher ad spend within the first 30 days, you literally don't pay. So how can I make a guarantee like that? Well, I've worked with the fastest growing companies on the Amazon platform, like Green Gobbler, who we took to a high 8-figure exit that was life-changing for the founders, or Life Boost Coffee, who's now in the Inc. 500 fastest growing companies in the country, as well as some of the top licensors of DeWalt, Marvel, National Geographic, Discovery Channel, Nickelodeon, and Minecraft Toys. But we've also profitably grown hundreds of small and medium-sized brands like Fable2Ig, who we grew from $15,000 a month to $75,000 a month, while increasing profit from $4,000 a month to $20,000 a month in profit. Or The Mix Up, a hair care brand that we took from $9,000 a month to $195,000 a month in 6 months. Or Study Key, who we took from $10,000 a month to $34,000 a month in 6 months. We've done this literally hundreds of times over the last 6 years, and we're doing it right now. And now you're thinking, oh sure, you grew all these brands probably just by jacking up their ad spend like crazy through the roof. And no, actually in all these cases, we were able to grow these brands without dramatically jacking up their ad spend and while increasing margin. So if this is all you need to hear to talk to me or my team, you can click the link below this video to book a call with me or my team, where we can walk through how this would work for you and if you apply. And by the way, this isn't a high pressure sales call or anything like that. In fact, since we're not an agency, we're a partner, it's more like talking to an advisor or an investor than anything else. If you want to learn more about how we produce the results we produce, I don't have enough time in this short video to go through how, but I have a video on the next page that walks through exactly how we produce these results. So you can click the link below this video and you can find out all our secrets over there.
After 3 events, Justin Half carries the overall lead, with Harrell, Yemens, Latham, and the rest of this incredible field giving chase. Today, the Mountain Mafia brings you event number 4 of 5. This is the Warren Winch Rock Course. This is no ordinary rock course. It's the crowd favorite, and we expect a high level of family-friendly vehicular violence and broken parts as this battle for the Havoc Championship continues. First up is Jerry Stevens and his son Jason, another young guy getting into this sport. This rig is the Diesel Buggy. Scope those custom wheels from WCR as Jerry smashes the tire garden. Jason pulls out the cable, but the Diesel Buggy is broken. The front axle isn't even connected. These boys are done. Brent Harrell with team change order.
Got through the first pile pretty good, and then the second pile I got a little hung up, but managed to get through. Went through to the tires, and it's going pretty smooth until I got stopped in the end, and kind of had to work it a little bit to get out. I had to winch on the third rock pile, got out of that, got onto the fourth one, and ended up rolling on that. I mean, tried my best, here to have fun, put on the show, so I'm happy.
Neil and Allie in Boosted Moose.
First 2 rock piles weren't no problem, we kind of just breezed over them. Tire pile, just kind of do my own thing, wind up, hit it as hard as you can. It always gets me through. The 4th rock pile, it was where we started running into some issues, kind of off camber, some big boulders and stuff like that we ended up getting hung up on. Went to the winch. After the winch, we got into the stumps, and the stumps are what finally got us, and we timed out.
After several attempts, not one team has completed this course. As expected, this tire garden is brutal. Check out Matt Thorson and Hell's Bells as he fights to be the first driver to complete this Warren Winch rock course. Sal Gamina has to pull cable, and Hell's Bells loses the front end. Still no finishers, but these co-drivers, as well as our Coalition Crawler recovery crew, are getting a workout today. We will be right back with more vehicular violence. Welcome back to North Idaho and Mountain Havoc 2019, presented by AMSOIL. The Warren Winch Rock Course is underway, and so far, nobody has been able to cross the finish line. Richard Yemen's on course now. He was outgunned in event number 1, the max tie-down toe test, but he's been kicking ass and earning respect throughout this entire competition. That smaller BD Fab car, coupled with Richard's driving skills, just proved to be the right combo, as he is the first driver to finish this course.
It's a workout for a fat boy, but it went good. First person to finish.
Richard, you just stomped that course. Tell me about that.
I don't even know what to say. I'm speechless. I mean, I was scared going into that, and first person to make it, and I couldn't be happier. It was awesome.
I love it when we design the right courses and you see maybe the first part of the field not do as well as they maybe could, and then all it takes that one competitor, that one guy, to finally light that course up, and then all of a sudden you see the rest of the field completely progress and crush that course.
This is Stephen Monpass and Green Willie. He is well known for flying over this infamous tire garden, even on flat tires. If he happens to get hung up, he has Jeremy Moore, one of the best co-dogs in the sport.
It's not just a driver here. You got to have a good co-driver. That, to me, it's hand in hand. I mean, I could drive a vehicle, but he knows this vehicle just as well as I do. You know, you got to have a good team if you're going to be at the top. Because there's going to be times there's going to be winches out, there's going to be recovery, and that's what it's all about. You have to finish these races. So if I'm upside down, I know he's going to flip me back over, and we're not going to quit. We never do.
Hey everybody, Walton Goggins here. Starting a business is never easy, but with GoDaddy Aero, that endeavor is about to become a whole lot easier.
Hey man, you got this.
Create a website that looks like you know what you're doing, even if you don't know what you're doing, because you're using a website that developed a tool that knows exactly what it's doing. It helps you design a logo. This is what we came up with. We put it here, we put it everywhere on our website, and we even put it right here. What I'm telling you, from one central command center, you can have all your social media empire operating. You're doing it all, everything, fast. Let's go, Daddy!
Steven, that was an amazing run. I bet that felt awesome after all the trouble you had this weekend.
Yeah, it's running good. Looks like we actually ripped some 1 3/4 DOM in half. Ate a pulley and stuff, but we'll figure it out. We'll get her back on there somehow, some way.
Mountain Man's tomorrow. You got some work to do. How are you feeling about getting this thing ready to be?
I got the best crew out here. We'll get there.
Montpass moves into first, but here comes Leroy Latham.
He's a stud, and he's been the champ for a reason. So I think he's most definitely our competition.
looks great on this course, even though he lost quite a bit of time winching. And another team able to cross the finish line. Let's take it down to Maddie Moon for more about that run.
I'm here with Leroy and Ben. And Leroy, you crossed the finish line. Not a lot of competitors have been able to do that today. How do you feel about your run?
I suppose we could have done it better, but I couldn't have done it at all without Ben. Again, he pulls the cable, gets me out. He was busting his butt. I was trying to get belts back on after I threw the steer belts, and he'd run back and bump the starter while I was trying to roll him on, and he did all the work, really. I was just up there. I was just the monkey with the pedal and the steering wheel.
The Foss Hog looks awesome. I've known this rig since I first saw it in Southern California when Clayton Kratz from EMF Rod Ends and Steering first created it. Over a decade later, this rig is still a serious contender. Brian Foss was in first place last year up until the last event, where the course snatched away his dream of becoming Havoc champion and taking that trophy to Canada. It's co-driver Matt Teagan's turn to pull cable.
A fire suit can touch the car while they're fueling. If not, you just stand off till fueling is done. One man will be on the extinguisher. So we'll walk them in, we'll throw the cone on to get them stopped. I'll start looking around. Christian and Sean are going to be on fuel. Casey will start looking around, and we'll figure out what we need or don't need, anything they ask for.
And then send them off.
And then we'll send them off.
Okay, here we go.
Head into lap 2.
Sounds good, thank you.
Yep.
I want to be done.
I'm not gonna let you quit. You got this.
We do.
Nope.
We got a lot of people rooting for you, man. Not even not even part of your team, but random people.
Finish this race, bitch.
A fire suit can touch the car while they're
Hey guys, Trevin here, Gear Shift Garage, and last minute notice, we made it happen. We're headed to King of the Hammers. So we leave on Tuesday. It is currently Friday, and I have nothing ready. So we're gonna start on the side-by-side. I just screwed on these lighted whips. We need them for night. Got the trailer ready, got the truck ready. We gotta do oil changes and everything. I gotta change in the pit bikes. We do oil changes in this. Full tune up, go through it, and then head down.
Brake lights, brake lights.
All right, guys, we're on the road. It's Tuesday. It's 8:12. We just fueled up. Everything's loaded. Wasn't without some trials and tribulations yesterday. We got the whole trailer wrapped, and I took one last look around the tires to make sure we were good, and I have one tire not like the others, and down to the cords, got it replaced, pulled it off. Wheel bearing was bad, so we did a wheel bearing. We got 2 spares. We got a new tire put on the trailer, got everything balanced, the whole thing's wrapped, and now we're on our way. So we'll see what we get for fuel mileage. All right, it's 4:36. We are almost to Pocatello, Idaho. We've got a long way to go. We're only gonna try to make it to Cedar City tonight. That'll give us a 5.5 hour drive tomorrow. So we should be getting in tonight at about 10:30. Truck's averaging about 7 miles to the gallon, which for a half ton,
Okay, so we're back and found out a couple of things. Found out there's still nobody at pit 1, and everybody, the whole team, is now up at remote pit 2. News on the street is he's making his way slowly towards remote pit 2. He actually needs a another fan belt. I don't know what the American belt, I suppose. I don't know what the Americanism is. Perhaps somebody at remote pit 2 can message me and I'll call it the right thing. But he broke another one. He's put the one spare that he did have back on the car, and that way he's still going. So we'll see. Still hasn't made it to remote pit 2 yet. I'm not sure if we still have the feed or not have the feed on the car. I don't think we do, but that'll be probably because he was stopped somewhere changing belts. Not sure if he's out from the rocks yet, but the whole crew is up there at remote pit 2. So he's still underway. We've been down to check, and we can't find LS1 belt anywhere. So I don't know why he's chewing belts off the car. I'm hoping that the one he has on it now will make it all the way to the end. It'll be nice. So let's sit here with our legs crossed, and hopefully we'll hear from remote pit 2. And when he gets there, they said they were waiting for him. Actually, the words were still waiting for him. Okay. So here's the deal. He's lost the last belt completely, so he has no alternator now. And so now he doesn't have the power in the winch anymore, because it's an electric winch, obviously. As equipped on this car, it's all electric. So no belt, the message is no belt, so no alternator, so no winch. So we will have to see what happens with the 4400 number in the 4400 class at the 20th anniversary of the King of the Hammers here in Johnson Valley, California. This live stream sponsored by Warm Winches, Gear Shift Garage, and Factor55. Yes, it's amazing. So, Gear Shift, got a race car, got a race team, you need to be live streaming, get a hold of the Gear Shift guys, gearshiftgarage.us. They can help you, they can hook you up. It's some pretty neat gear that they have. It's inexpensive. Their whole system is proven that it works, proven and tested, hammers tested, shall we say. The only slight hiccups are some of the data on some of our devices, but we've learned a lot in the last couple of days, and Gear Shift are ready to get your team hooked up. Let your service crew, let your pit crew see your progress live, with their live tracking, as well as their live streaming. So once again, gearshiftgarage.us. Get a hold of them guys and get all the details on that. So Warm Winches then, as equipped on this car. Won't work probably without electricity, and he doesn't have a belt, and obviously the alternator is not turning. And getting another message via the old WhatsApp. Found a belt. Belt is, aha, I got it. The belt is on, but only 4 of the 6 ribs of anybody's actually knows what the fan belt looks like. It's got ribs on it. He's running the new 4-rib version instead of the 6 ribs that it comes from. Normally we'd have 6 little bumps on the back. This race designed one he's made all himself only has 4 ribs on it. So we're hoping that it'll keep going. Fingers crossed again. But this is hammers, and that's how things happen. We're hoping that it'll be okay. I don't know if the belt came off and then Bruno and Zach managed to get it on, but cut off the bit that failed. But that'll be the second one today. If that's what it was, there must be something causing that. But at least he'll have power back, and that'll give us our power for our winch, and let him use our Factor55 recovery gear. Which is vital with these rock canyons and situations. So, no flats today so far. I mean, that's about all he does need right now. He's making his way to remote pit 2. Slowly and carefully, by all accounts. Those Mickey Thompson tyres letting him roll across the ground there. Get him back, wrapped around those raceline wheels, and powered in part by the Elbrock fuel system he has on the car. Great guys down there at Elbrock. Helped out this week, helped Zach out, and managed to get rid of that pesky misfire. Car sounded great until you actually put your foot on the throttle, and then it would misfire continuously. But got all that sorted out, so the car's running sweetly. Got American American Iron Off-Road. These run all their ball joint delete kits, made in America quality for Ultra 4 racers, and Ultra 4 racers depend on American off-road. American Iron Off-Road.com. Yukon Gear and Axle. Yukon ring and pinion sets engineered for high torque and high demand. And Yukon Gear and Axle have master overhaul kits and precise gear kits. And I'm sure when Zach gets back to North Carolina, he'll be purchasing some parts from Yukon Gear and Axle. Parts and tools to get the job done right. And live tech support if you need it. You can even chat with an expert there at yukongear.com. So Zach Savage then, out of Greenfield, South Carolina. Sorry, not North Carolina. I knew that didn't sound right. With co-driver Bruno Pinillos. He's actually living in Bentonville, Arkansas, but he likes people to know that he's from Peru. So another fellow Arkansan is our Bruno. Super nice guy. He's worked his socks off here on the car, as well as Zach and everybody else in the crew. And great to get to know that family. I think there's about 500 of them here on the lake bed. I'm not sure, but yeah, super nice people. And let's hope they can make it to the end of this ordeal, the end of the race. That's what we're hoping for. Can only hope. And let's hope they make it to Remote Pit 2 to patch up the car. Sorry, communications coming in from the aforementioned Arkansas. Some suggestions about what to do about the belt. Just relayed that to the team up there in out there at Remote Pit 2. Remote Pit 2 is now replying. We're replying back to them again. So it should be I have to go back to my other tell. Keith Sullivan, who is in Arkansas this week. He's normally at Hammers with us. He's sending me suggestions. And I'm relaying those suggestions to Remote Pit 2 via the old WhatsApp. How rude is it to Talkston talk? I must apologise. Try to keep everybody happy if we can. So we're just waiting for news. I don't know if I can find out, which I'm probably going to try. No, not on there, I won't. I'll find that in the WhatsApps. See if see if we can find out how far away. I know that Remote Pit's telling me that nobody on Remote Pit has a spare belt. Nobody in Pit 1 has a spare belt. And Sally went down to see on the O'Reilly's booth, but no luck there. They can get one for us in the morning. Probably not. That's probably not going to work out. Might be out of time by then. So we hope that he can make it back back to that Remote Pit 2. I've asked them if they know how far away from Remote Pit 2 that the race car is. I don't know if they'll be able to tell me or not. We're having an issue tracking the actual car because it keeps telling me it's parked in the garage with me. Hopefully we can get that issue sorted out next time as well. That'll be a bit better, a bit more lovely. Anyway, this live stream is, of course, brought to you by Gear Shift Garage, Warm Winches, and Factor55. And we're just hoping that we'll hear that the car has made it to Remote 2. But as I said, only 4 ribs left out of the 6 that should be on the belt right now. So far it's still making electricity. We hope that it continues to do so. The race is still definitely on. I'm not sure where the leaders are. Has anybody here any idea where the leaders are? They're on the television. Okay, that's awesome. We don't know. We don't know if they're on their 3rd lap or not. We will we'll have to wait and see. But there. So the garage, a desolate area right now. Dust everywhere, dust on everything because it's King of the Hammers, dust on the chairs and your legs and shoes everywhere. And looking out through the door, it's a little haze in the desert as many people are actually making a break for it now, and the time I heard to leave the venue from Mr. Pinillos Senior, Papa. He said it was 2.5 to 3 hours to actually get out of the venue. So we are probably not going to be trying to get out until later on tonight. One of the reasons is that we're having steak tonight. Oh, we're not having steak tonight because it's, well, I was excited about having steak tonight. I can't hear you. So anyway, we're not doing that. We'll have to go back to the Black Dog or whatever it was, the Black Bear? Black Bear. If you're ever in Yucca Valley, let me just tell you, there's a restaurant there, and it's called the Black Bear. We've eaten there twice over the week we've been here, and it's great food. The menu is big, but really you can just have whatever you want, which is quite nice with no fuss. If you want a certain thing, they'll make it. I didn't have the chicken and waffles, but I did have like a breakfast and pancakes last night. Chocolate chip pancakes were really, really good, especially with their secret sauce or what I'm not really sure what it was, but it was really tasty. So if I'm getting a little off track talking about food, must be because I'm hungry. So anyway, we're just still waiting for news for the car, see if anything. And let me see what this says. Have a quick butcher's at this. Right, let me relay this message up to remote pit from our resident LS expert back in Arkansas. Anybody can guess what his name is? It begins with a K. Copy and paste it. I'm going to go back because I'm going to copy and paste a certain bit at a time. Oh. This is when you kind of wish somebody that's not at Hammers would magically show up. Not likely to happen, but let's see if this helps them. Out at all. If I get a curt reply, I will stop sending them suggestions. But until I get a curt reply, I'm going to keep sending them. So there you go. But thanks, Keith, for that. I have passed it on via our very technical means of messaging, the old WhatsApps. But not something that's used a huge amount in the United States. And then when United States people find WhatsApp, they start telling you how fantastic it is. And of course, in Europe, it's like the first line of communication is WhatsApp. It's all encrypted. It's lovely. Can't beat a bit of WhatsApp, and it's kind of free if you've got Wi-Fi. So that's pretty cool too. So, is it time to remind you that this stream is brought to you by Gearshift Garage, where passion meets the pavement, or in this case, the sand and dirt of Johnson Valley. From Ferraris to Rolls Royces. And that's incredible. So I presume that the car made it to remote pit 2. It's actually there, and the guys there have removed the idler to get the belt that they did find to fit. So let's hope that that'll solve that problem for the time being. So now I need to send that message backwards back to Mr. Keith, who is, as I mentioned before, in Arkansas as a Chevrolet engine, somewhat of an expert. He does that drag racing, you know, where you don't actually, I don't even know if they have a steering wheel in the car. They just go straight and very, very fast, scary fast. But he's a bit of a wizard with these LS engines, these Chevrolets. And he's been firing backwards and forwards with suggestions. And just let him know that they are there. So you wouldn't think it really, but here we are in the middle of Johnson Valley in a marquee with bright lights shining, and hopefully the gas in the generator won't run out now. It's been running nearly all day. I did fill it up this morning with 5 gallons of gas I found underneath somebody else's trailer. Hopefully it was gas. It must have been. It's still running. That was a few hours ago. But we're sat out here in Johnson Valley, California, where the time is, of course, 3:29. Couldn't possibly be 3:30, could it, to make it sound right? So 3:29 in the afternoon out here in Johnson Valley, California, at the 20th running of the 2026 King of the Hammers. And they're still racing. That's all I can tell you. 3 laps for these guys. And I think we're on about 1.5 so far, with some small problems. So not much more news from the remote pit that they managed to get the belt on that they found. They took off the idler to get the one they found to fit. And so that was good. And I'll ask them, send that, and ask. See if they can clarify the situation. We'll see what there is to see. So it sounds like Hammertown is gradually being dismantled as we speak. People have been out here, a lot of these guys have been out here also in their booths and with their trade stands for 2 weeks. And they're probably interested in getting back to their families and friends. And I'm sure that most of them aren't from Yucca Valley. They're probably from way around the country and foreign parts too. I know that a lot of people have a long way to drive, and a lot of people like us as well. When we're racing, we like to get away on this day to try and get a jump on the 2.5, 3 day drive home, depending on the weather. And a lot of other people have the same thing, and that's why it's 2.5 to 3 hours just to get up to the end of Boone Road, make it back onto Old Woman Springs, and either head one way to get to R40 or head the other way, also get to R40. But a lot of people drop down on the 10-2 through Palm Springs. But we normally turn and head towards the interstate. Won't be doing that this year. We'll be headed towards the hotel. And then in the morning, we're headed back off to LAX for a quick pop over and visit with Austin in Austin, Texas, and then finally back up to Memphis, Tennessee, where we hope we parked our car. It'll take us back to good old Jonesboro, Arkansas. Remote pit must be busy. Is there a feed from remote pit too? Just checking to see if we can see anything at remote pit too. Sally's just checking her iPhone here. See if we can get anything up to date from there. Might take Sally a little while to get that. She's used to the flip phone. This iPhone thing's really confused her. It's not the same as your Nokia, is it? But it sure has been a great week out here. It's been a lot of fun. I had some work, but it's mainly been fun. It's just doing the reload thing. Wow. All right, well, I'm going to take another short break. I'm going to leave you with all the things that they show when we take a break. We're going to see if we can find out what's going on. I'm actually going to attempt a satellite call up there to Remote Pit 2. So if I can get all of those lined up and the satellite launched, I'm going to see if I can find out what's going on with the car at this time. So in the meantime, I'm going to leave you with all of these things. All right then, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls from all countries and all nations. This is Martin Duffy at the 20th anniversary of the King of the Hammers here in Johnson Valley, California. Took a break. I needed to make a quick satellite phone call. The satellites aligned and we managed to find out exactly what's gone on with the Zach Savage and Bruno Pinillos' car. They did make it into remote pit 2, and Zach has made the decision that to call the race. That means they're retiring from the race, and he's going to make his way down the backside of Jack North, and he's going to head on into the pit. He's concerned, and rightly so. I've been in the same situation, that if he doesn't and continues to struggle on, he's going to end up out somewhere on the back of Jack, and with the only way to get the car home will be by helicopter, and that's an expense that a small team like this really just can't absorb. It's really time. Okay, I might have to start that again. I'm here, you're up. Okay. Well, for fear of repeating myself, Zach and Bruno have made the call to retire the car from the race. They do have a belt, so they are getting electricity to make the car run. Not it's an electric car, I didn't want to give that impression by any means, but to keep his alternator running, keep everything firing, but not having a front diff that's working correctly makes these rock sections pretty much impossible. So it's probably the wisest choice that he could make is to actually retire the car whilst it's still somewhat mobile. He's going to come down the back of Jack North and make his way back to the pit area. Obviously, our pit guys out there at remote pit 2 are gathering up their stuff and headed back to main pit, gather the stuff up there and come back in here to our Hammertown garage on VP Drive. So this is a chance for me to say thank you for watching. Thank you for staying with us. We're sorry we can't bring you a finish with the 4400 car, but you know, the expense of having a helicopter your vehicle out of King of the Hammers is quite considerable. So once again, a big thank you to all the sponsors that helped Zach get to this race. There's Mickey Thompson Tires, Raceline Wheels, Elderbrock, American Iron Off-Road, and Yukon Gear and Axle in particular. We must mention our special sponsors for this past race and the race on Friday, which are of course Warren Winches and Factor55. Without their support, we wouldn't have been able to bring you this live stream. And of course, the live stream has been brought to you by Gearshift Garage. Gearshift Garage, then, if you need to get your team out on the desert or out in any race and have some real-time tracking, they have tracking apps for racers combined with the live stream capabilities. The Gearshift is making it happen around the world. Find out how incredibly affordable it is to get your team live. Just contact them at Gearshift Garage US. Gearshift Garage, it's a channel. It's not just a channel. It's more of a community. And by gosh, it really is. Anyway, I'm going to sign off. This is Martin Duffy signing off from the 20th anniversary of the King of the Hammers. The 4400 Race of Kings continues. Go watch the other live stream and watch the end of the race and enjoy. Anyway, we'll see you all on the lake bed. We appreciate you watching. Thank you.